Okay, so we're all set up. I'll wait for you guys to all spectate in there. All right, session, what is it, 10? I think we're on session 10.
That matches my notes.
That matches my notes.
Okay, here we go.
As the night deepens, the Blue Water Inn settles into a somber silence, the kind that feels heavy and almost oppressive. The flickering candlelight casts long, wavering shadows on the walls, like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp at your fleeting sense of security. You climb into your beds, the mattresses creaking under your weight, and pull the thin, musty blankets up to your chins. The events of the day replay in your minds, a relentless procession of dread and foreboding. Sleep comes fitfully. In the dark recesses of your dreams, you see the snarling faces of werewolves, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Count Strahd's cold, penetrating gaze seems to pierce through the veil of your subconscious, a reminder of the power he wields over this forsaken land. The undead revenant by the bridge looms large, and the kindly old lady with her dream pastries, her smile hiding sinister secrets, lingers at the edges of your mind like a ghostly apparition.
Knew it.
You
Sinister
toss
secrets.
and turn, haunted by visions of despair. The weight of your mission presses down upon you. Irina's safety is paramount, yet the path to the Church of Saint Andral feels fraught with unseen perils. Arabelle's birthday looms closer, the promise of a simple toy overshadowed by the complexities of survival. The air in Vallaki itself seems to hang with a palpable sense of dread, a town suffocating under the shadow of Strahd's dominion. A deep, pervasive hopelessness seeps into your bones. The land of Barovia feels like a labyrinth of shadows, each corner hiding more horrors than the last. The faces of the townsfolk, hollow-eyed and resigned, offer no solace. It's as if all hope has been drained from this place, leaving behind only a bleak, unyielding darkness. Yet, in the midst of this torment, a flicker of light pierces through. It starts as a mere glimmer, a barely perceptible warmth that begins to spread through you. It is a memory, a thought, a whisper of something greater than the darkness. It is the belief that within every shadow there is a sliver of light waiting to be found. This light grows, filling you with a sense of purpose. You recall the bravery with which you faced the werewolves, the resolve you showed in meeting Strahd on the road, the cleverness that kept you alive when faced with the Revenant, and the caution with which you dealt with the old woman. Each decision, each step forward, has brought you closer to your goal. The warmth of this realization fills your heart, banishing the cold despair. You wake with a renewed conviction. The sun's first rays break through the window, weak but persistent, a symbol of the hope that refuses to be extinguished. You rise, knowing that today you have the chance to make a difference.
So you're going to get your dinner to bring back to her house?
As you gather your thoughts and prepare for the day, you recall that in 4 days, the Festival of the Blazing Sun will commence in Vallaki. This is one of the many peculiar celebrations imposed on the townsfolk by the enigmatic Baron Vargas Valakovich, a man whose relentless pursuit of happiness through forced festivities casts a strange pallor over the town. Your mind drifts to Nikolai and Karl Wachter, the young men who drank too much in the Blue Water Inn the night before. Their laughter had a hollow ring, and their drunken bravado seemed a thin veneer over a deeper discontent. Their mother, Lady Fiona Wachter, presides over a powerful family in Vallaki, one that appears to oppose the Baron and his draconian methods. The tension between these factions simmers beneath the surface, a potential powder keg that could ignite at any moment. And then there is Rictavio, the colorful storyteller whose tales captivated you in the dim light of the inn. There is something curious about him, something that doesn't quite fit the persona he presents. His presence stirs questions in your mind. Who is he truly? What does he know about the secrets of this land? The more you ponder, the more questions arise, weaving a complex tapestry of intrigue and uncertainty. Yet, despite the myriad of mysteries and the oppressive atmosphere of Vallaki, you feel a burgeoning sense of resolve. The challenges ahead are daunting, but they are not insurmountable. With a sense of purpose renewed by the sliver of hope that dawned upon you, you know it is time to begin. The path may be shrouded in darkness, but you are determined to carve your way through, one step at a time. That perhaps, with the right choices and a bit of courage, you can bring light to the darkness of Barovia. This is Act 2 of The Curse of Strahd.
How did you get Hunk's character's voice at the end of that?
I'm a paid voice actor.
Wow, very good.
Yeah. Yeah, we just got him in studio there just at the last minute. It was actually
Vox
quite nice.
Machina.
Yeah, it was very good. How do I stop streaming? There we go.
Very good.
Any other questions or anything like that you want to talk about before we get going?
Real quick, we didn't talk about last night, the Festival of the Blazing Sun. Did we know any details about that other than it's coming up in 4 days?
It is, so you have 4 full days in Vallaki before it starts, and it will begin on the morning of the 5th day. So you have 4 full days to go. No, Dave, I have not pre-ordered the new core rules book, so I'm going to avoid them.
Forever or?
No, not forever. Just for now. I don't want to get tainted, but I will. I do plan on picking them up.
Just for FYI on that, the last of the 3 core books does not come out until 2025, so
good to know.
it wouldn't make sense to transition to the new edition until they're all out, I don't think.
Maybe
That's a big lag.
Maybe our
Like,
next campaign I would consider switching, but I do hear there's a lot of good changes to it. But yeah, so the 5th day, as far as you can recall, on the 5th day, 5th full day is when it starts. You have 4 full days essentially in Vallaki before the festival starts. And I guess what you recall from speaking with people last night is that it is just another festival. There's one every week. There was one last week, and there'll probably be one the week after. And there's a tension surrounding these festivals that are put on every week. They're kind of like non-consensual, if that makes sense.
Consensual festivities.
Non-consensual festivities.
Okay.
Peace rape.
yeah, my notes, like, all I had was the Baron hates Strahd, has festivals to ward off evil from Vallaki, Wolf's Head Jamboree, and Festival of the Blazing Sun. So I was like, I don't know what that means.
Wolf's Head Jamboree was the festival from last week.
Ah.
Yeah, and then Festival of the Blazing Sun is this week's flavor of the day.
I took notes. I just didn't know what they meant.
I'm glad you took down Wolf's Head Jamboree. That was really good. That was sort of like a little peripheral detail. So it's the morning of your first full day in Vallaki. You all had kind of fitful dreams. You know, you dreamt of some things. Some of you didn't dream the same things, but for the most part, the themes were all similar and sort of tailored to your own characters. As far as the morning is concerned, you feel rested. the Blue Water Inn has a feeling of sanctuary about it. Feels like a safe place. You had good vibes from Irwin and Danica, and so this feels like a nice sort of home base. You feel like you could spend some time here before having to move on if you do have to move on. But it feels like a good place to headquarter. The beds are comfortable. You can smell the cooking from down below in the morning. Looks like someone's put on another pot of soup for the day, or maybe warmed up what was left from last night and added some more ingredients. Just feels like a new day, and you all independently waking up in your beds can hear movement in the other rooms as your compatriots also begin to stir and get started.
Oh!
You hear a strange moaning coming from the adjacent room.
Is that a moan or owl?
I don't know.
We might also hear the bark of dogs outside because my dog is barking like crazy.
I do not hear Daisy.
Oh, somebody walked past and she's on guard.
Good dog.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm gonna wake up and head downstairs for breakfast.
Same. Gear up and head down.
Is everyone doing that, or is it anyone gonna hang back and get another couple hours of sleep, or what?
Actually, wait. I take it back. I remember that my rat is not allowed inside, so I'm gonna sit outside and like munch on some hardtack or whatever rations I've got.
If you want,
mean-
you can. If you want, you can make a roll to have your rat kind of stay out of sight, if you'd like. Would you like to do
All right,
that?
I'll do that. I mean, I feel like it's a tavern. There's probably other mice and rats and stuff. So
And they're probably
yeah.
staying out of sight as well. So why don't you go ahead
What-
and give me a d20 and add. Does the rat have a dexterity or a stealth score on
Oh
it?
gosh, hold on. Let me remember how to look that up. I know it's in here. Extras. Rat. +0 to dex. So just a
Go ahead.
d20.
Go ahead and give me a d20 and add your proficiency bonus to it. Let's say it's because it's your familiar. It's
My
not just
proficiency
a.
bonus is 2, so this +2. 20.
Okay. We'll roll with that, and I'll do the occasional rolls here in the background, and we'll see if the rat stays hidden. So, are you all walking downstairs now?
Yes. Well, I
Yeah.
am.
Ento? Yep. Okay. So as you walk downstairs, you can smell that soup kind of more powerfully. That aromas are more powerful, and you can hear the bustle of what looks like the proprietors sort of getting the inn together. There's no patrons in the inn at the moment. It's pretty quiet, and most of the chairs and stools have been kind of put up. They're still put up from last night, and you can catch Irwin out of the corner of your eye in the common room, in the tap room, and he's actually taking chairs down from the tables and placing them kind of neatly. Just looks like he's just sort of getting started with the day. He has what looks to be like a linen towel thrown over his left shoulder, and he's wearing a black apron. And as he kind of hears you kind of on the stairs, he looks up and gives you a smile, and kind of beckons you into the tap room. He asks if you guys would like some breakfast. It's included in the room and board.
Of course.
It's not much. It's just some cheese, a little bit of hardtack, and some water, some good clean water, if that's okay. Disappears into the kitchen, and you can hear him kind of handling earthenware, plates and pots, and he comes out in a few minutes, and he places down a couple plates on one of the tables that have the chairs sort of removed and are on the floor, and you see some hard cheeses. You see some hardtack, what looks to be maybe like a fig or a date kind of fruit, and a pitcher of what looks to be cold water and some mugs.
Cora will grab some cheese and hardtack.
Take a seat. Start eating.
So as you're doing this, Irwin kind of hangs around the table, and he kind of looks over his shoulder and kind of looks towards the door. And when he's fairly confident that there's no one coming in, or that it's just the group of you, he kind of says under his breath, I wanted to take a moment to warn you about Veliki when you came down for breakfast. We had a little bit of time to talk last night, but it was too busy, too crowded. There's some things you need to know about the town before you head out and make your way. And he kind of clears his throat, kind of preparing the words he wants to use. Maybe not quite knowing you guys yet, but taking a chance and being maybe more honest about how things are. As you can see, there's a festival being prepared for this week. It will be in 5 days' time, called the Festival of the Blazing Sun, and it is one of the Baron's creations. Every week there is a festival. Careful what you say in public about the festivals here in Veliki. Dissent, sedition, these are real things that will land you in jail, or in the stocks. He goes on to kind of explain how the town of Veliki is a safe place from the darkness and the dangers that is Barovia, but there's a different danger here in that the Baron, Vargas Velokovich, he rules with an iron fist, and he doesn't take too kindly to dissent. If you see him walking about or you encounter the guards, don't speak unkindly of the Baron. That will land you in trouble, or at the very least, the attention of the authorities upon you. He also makes sure to mention that there is a headmaster, the chief, I guess, henchman of the Baron, a guy by the name of Izik Strazini, a brutish, terrible, large, sort of looking man, and his you'll know him when you see him, he says, because his his right arm is looks larger than the other one, and it looks more defined, and it has sort of like a bit of an off color to it. And when you're looking at it, if you catch yourself looking at it, it seems to sort of like have this mirage quality. Like when you're looking at a hot plate that's really hot, it has sort of like a shimmer to it. If you're looking at this guy's arm and take your time to be thorough, you can see that there's this mirage sort of warmth that seems to sort of exude off this guy's arm. Many have tried to test his strength. All have failed, Erwin notes grimly, as if to say, steer clear of Izik. He's trouble.
The Cora will speak up because she took notes and remembers that the refugees told her about Izik and his twisted devil's arm that drove them back. So she's gonna say, the refugees outside, I was talking to them and healed them a little bit, and they had mentioned Izik and that he had a devil's arm. Is it what does his arm do?
I have not seen it myself, but some say that he can summon fire and has some command over the elements. It is hard to say more than that. I'm sure people have seen it. These refugees probably bore the brunt of it, but he has command of more than just his brutish strength.
Drezek looks at him and says, "So, Erwin, last night some of your patrons seemed to get a little outspoken against the Baron. What was that about?"
You speak of Nikolai and Karl, yeah?
I don't know who they are.
Nikolai and Karl, the brothers, Wachter. They are a noble family here in Veliki. If you could point to two families that sort of are the top families in the town, you have the Velokoviches on one hand, and you have the Wachters on the other. The house of the Wachter is led by Lady Fiona Wachter, and she is Nikolai and Karl's mother. They are no friends of the Baron, and it is pretty obvious that they oppose his draconian methods.
So, what does one do to become one of the powerful houses of the town? What is so special about this Wachter house?
Kind of ponders on that question for a moment and doesn't really know how to answer it. I don't know. They've always held a position of prominence here in Veliki. They have great wealth. The Baron detests everything about the devil up in his castle, and he has this belief that the way he runs the town is more efficient in protecting it from and he lowers his voice now, Strahd. Whereas the Wachters, they think you keep low profile and don't rock the boat. But I guess they have a kinder way of dealing with the townspeople. But they've always been sort of prominent in Veliki for many hundreds of years.
Drezek kind of laughs and says, "What value is wealth in a place like this?"
Yeah, everything has value, my friend. It may not look
Okay.
like what it does from your front, but everything has value. He does mention that if you run afoul of the Baron, flattery will do you well. He's very susceptible to flattery, and that if you ever need to win his favor or placate his temper, his ego would be a good place to start. At about this time, when you guys are eating your breakfast, you hear movement on the stairs and what sounds like a skipping coming down the stairs, and you hear a humming as Rictavio kind of glides to the first floor very gracefully, and he smiles at your assembled lot, and Erwin, kind of on hearing the humming, wanders over to the bar, grabs a small parcel, looks like a canvas sort of linen wrapped parcel, and hands it to Rictavio. He doesn't even stop. He keeps going, and he just kind of waves his hand out to Erwin and you guys, and makes his way to the front door.
Is he leaving?
Erwin makes his way to the front door, or Rectavio?
Rictavio is on his way out.
So I shout out to him, "Octavio, my old friend, join us for breakfast."
Oh, that's very nice. It's very nice indeed. But I have some place I need to be, you see, and I will catch up with you all later. And without even skipping a beat or broaching any further conversation, he hums and skips his way out the front door.
Well, that was fast.
Should we follow him?
Erwin has wandered back into the kitchen at this point.
I mean,
Well,
clearly
whether
he
we
knows what's
follow
going
him
on.
or not, we should probably get started with our day.
If you wanted to follow him, you would have an opportunity to do so, but it would have to be quick.
So Drezek goes to the door quickly just to see if he can determine which direction he's going as he's leaving.
Roll me a perception check. So you're quick, and you can see from the windows as you're kind of approaching the front door a flash of movement, and it doesn't take you long to determine that he didn't actually exit onto the street. He actually doubled back around the inn, and it looks like he's walking towards the rear of the inn where the stables are located.
Can I? Are the stables connected to the inn, or are they like a separate building?
They are connected. You would have to make your way like through like the back door. Let me just bring up the map real quick and I'll see what that looks like for certain. I don't want to lead you astray. Yeah, they're probably. Yeah, no, there's a back door that leads to the stables, but it's through the kitchen. So you'd have to go through the kitchen if you wanted to go back there, or you would have to go out and around.
Is the kitchen? Can we see into the kitchen at all? Like, have we gotten a glimpse of it?
Yeah, you would have when the door kind of is often swinging open and closed, and you guys are sitting in a table that would have a clear line of sight into the kitchen, and you can see that it's a smallish room with what looks like to be a large table in the center, and you see the glow of a hearth from where you're sitting.
Is it a cluttered looking room? Or is it pretty like sparse?
It's cluttered in the sense that they prepare everything in that room, but it looks like Danica or Erwin, it's hard to say. You think maybe Danica is the one that keeps that kitchen running smartly, and so everything has a place, and every place has.
Do we think that because we're sexist?
I would say that you think it based on the way their relationship sort of was presented to you the previous night. Danica looks like
Right,
she's the one
we're
that's calling the
sexist.
shots.
So I will tell you, I'm trying to gauge the danger of sending the rat through the kitchen out back to spy for us.
How about I sent the raven? If
That's probably a better idea. The raven can just fly.
if Drez mentions where he's going, then I can.
Yeah, so I would go back to the party and tell him kind of quietly he's going up behind to the barn.
Okay, so
And then
the
I'll
raven.
kind of go around
Barn.
the corner, and I don't see the map, but I would kind of not follow him directly, but get to the point where I can peer around the corner to see if he's out of sight yet.
Yeah, so he's out of sight, and all you know is that he was walking in the direction of the stables.
Okay, so I'll send a message to Ash to follow him to the stables.
Wasn't the raven in the stables? Because she got all pissy about the animals coming in last night. Wasn't that where the raven was waiting?
I think it may have been, yeah. Was the raven in the stables?
Maybe I sent it with Marigold.
If he
'Cause I
touches my
remember,
horse,
like,
the main
I was-
character's going to die.
I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm gonna say that if Marigold was stabled in the stables, then it's more than likely that Vinraff was probably hanging out in the stables as
Yeah.
well.
Young love.
Yep.
All right.
Now you can't see through Vinraff. Vinraff can only send you
Yeah.
feelings and sentiments, whereas Cora can actually see and hear through the rat.
Mm.
So what do you guys want to do?
Well, I mean, I can just tell Vinrath to keep an eye on him and follow him discreetly
Mm-hmm.
and send me updates on where he's going.
If
Okay.
we ever need to, I also just had the thought that your raven could probably carry Gray, and then we could like have total spying.
That's also possible. Yes.
I don't know
like, a
that we need to
drone.
do that. I don't know that we need to do that for this situation, but like it could be done if needed.
Okay.
So I can say that Vinraff is going to give you the feeling. He's going to send you the feeling that the colorful-looking man is inside the stables talking to a horse.
He's talking to a horse.
He's talking to a horse.
Is it Marigold?
It's not Marigold. Vinraff knows
Murder!
Marigold. Get away from my horse! Not Marigold. The colorful-looking man is talking to a horse, and he has something in his hands.
Okay, I'll ask Vinrath what's in his hands.
Looks like a bundle of something.
I'll send him the picture of the bundle that I saw him take.
You feel
Is
a
it
warm
different?
feeling from Vinraff of affirmation.
Is the bundle
Okay.
still closed?
The bundle is closed right now.
Can I send Vinrath to try and grab the bundle?
To try to grab the bundle?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. How would I do that?
Give me a D20 and add his dex and your proficiency bonus to it.
D20.
Trying to remember what your thing is called.
Yeah, you gave me something. Take action.
Beast of the Sky.
Okay.
It's just, I would just say D20 and yeah, it's a plus 3 dex. So +5, D20 +5. If you want to try to,
Oh.
1.
Okay.
So Vinrath is not successful at that. And in fact, you get the impression that this bird just kind of flies by Rectavio, and Rectavio just sort of responds in a very sort of surprised manner. You don't know the full details, but you're getting feelings from Vinrath.
Of embarrassment, because it should be of embarrassment.
You get the feeling of amusing, like an amusing feeling, or like not a dangerous feeling, but more of like a he wasn't upset by what happened, just more like amused. And then you get the impression that the thing has been opened, and you feel food from Vinrath. You feel a sense of like there's something inside the bundle that could be eaten. And then the man goes back to feeding this horse and talking to this horse.
Okay. Well, he took a lunch to go. Finrath spilled it. So, yeah, nothing nefarious or particularly interesting. Sadly. Okay.
So last night, Rectavio had a pet monkey. Have we seen the pet monkey today?
He didn't have it. You knew that he had one. That's all that you know.
I think we were told when we were first told of him that he had a monkey, which was very curious.
We didn't see it last night?
I don't think so.
I don't know. My notes say that Rectavio is a half elf or some sort of elf at the bar and has a pet monkey.
Well, considering that Danica wouldn't let your rat
I was
in
gonna say it might have been Danica complaining about it. That's why I wrote that down.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
all right.
So Vinrath now transmits another image to you of the colorful man fiddling with his hat.
Okay. Should I try to make him grab his hat?
I would say just have Vinrath keep watching, see what happens. We should probably think about what we're gonna do for the day while that's.
Yeah. Okay.
Because we've got a couple of things we could go do. We could go get the doll. We could go drop off Irina. Is Irina with us?
Is with you at the table.
I think
probably should do Irina first.
Cora will turn to her and ask her, like, would you like to head to the I wrote it down.
Shop first.
Do you want to go to the toy shop with us, or would you like to head to the Church of Saint Andral first?
Are you asking Irina that?
Yep.
Yeah.
What does she prefer?
Whatever you guys think is best.
Oh gosh.
Which means we need to do Irina.
So do we? I don't remember. Do we know where the toy shop is or the church is? Are they visible? Is the church visible on the skyline? Like, do we have any directions?
I think so. I think we saw it when we came in last night. I had written down that the church is west and Blinsky's is south. So, yeah.
We also, once we get the doll, I do remember when we were talking to the refugees, the Veliki camp that we have to take it to is like out of town. So that might also take some time to find. So
It's out of town and to the southwest.
Yeah, so let's go attempt to drop off Irina and see
Drop
what
off the. Yeah.
we
Cool.
should probably, if we're still gonna be in town, ask people about the festival that's coming up. See if there's anything more about that we need to know about ahead of time.
Well, I mean, if it's the festival of the rising sun, shouldn't it be like somewhat church associated?
That's a good point. Hopefully, it's a good sun.
Well, it's rising, so maybe. Yes.
Okay, let me set up the scene here. Okay, there's a link for Owlbear Rodeo posted in Curse of Strahd.
I guess we'll start heading to the west.
The west of the church. Is that what I said? Yes, you're right.
Draz, Unk, you guys have anything to
I was
chime
gonna
in?
say. Hello.
Just give me 2 seconds here, guys. I'm just fixing something here with
Okay.
something.
Into, are you gonna have Venrath keep watching Rictavio,
Yeah,
or okay?
I am. Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
He's kind of suspicious. I don't know.
I agree.
I want to know more about him.
He knows what we need to know, so we certainly need to keep tabs on him. Or at least we need to keep on his good side, because I think he's going to be a key piece in helping us throughout,
Well,
since
like,
he knows
does he
a lot.
match? Does he match any of the playing or not playing cards? The
From the Taroka deck.
Thank you. I couldn't remember
Let
Taroka.
me go back. So we had the cards we had were the Traitor, the Myrmidon, the Bishop, the Mist, and the Marionette.
None of which sound particularly.
Yeah, let me just read the notes there.
Right of cross, left of cross, graveyard summon. Nope, not the mists. Did you mention the mists? Like, it's obviously
Yeah.
not him either.
Yeah.
Certainly not the bishop. Certainly not the Myrmidon. Not the traitor.
I mean, it could be the Traitor. We don't know.
Could be.
Kind of doubt it. Knowledge of ancient, better understanding of history. The Traitor, ancient foe of a wandering house. That first part was that. That's what the placement of that card meant.
I'll interject real quick. While this is happening, Vinrath is transmitting to you that the colorful man has kind of stopped fiddling with his hat and is looking at Vinrath sort of suspiciously, and seems to be sort of like in a holding pattern. He's just looking at Vinrath and not quite certain what to make of the bird.
Great. I will get Vinrath to kind of pull back, I guess, to seem less suspicious. I guess he is a giant, like,
And you're still in the stable here, right? We're still
Great.
inside the stable. Yep.
Yeah. So I'll just get Vinrath to like leave the stable and go up on the roof of the inn, maybe, so he can still like see, but he's not like in breathing down his neck.
Okay. And what instructions are you leaving for Vinrath?
Just to follow at a distance. Try to be subtle about it so that he doesn't get too suspicious.
Follow who at a distance?
Follow
Rectavio.
Okay. So, are you guys exiting the inn at this point?
Yeah, we've stepped out.
So as you exit the inn, Veliki has come to life. It's your first day sort of in the town under the light of day. It's busy. There's people kind of walking back and forth. The roads are actually quite packed. There's a lot of people sort of walking about, going about their business.
How many people live in Veliki?
I believe it is in the realm of around 2,000. To give you guys an impression, it's a large town. A lot of houses. Like your sight lines are just roofs. It's probably one of the biggest towns in Barovia. It's a busy place. A lot of people are coming and going. Go ahead.
Does it feel like a real vibrant like town, or is this something that's is it out of place for a town for a populated town to be in an area in a land that's obviously got issues? I mean, people seem like they're going about their normal lives?
Going about their normal lives, but you're right. There's a pallor that's hanging over everyone's life. Like, to give you an example, it's a little bit like there's a feeling of occupation here, that these people are living as best as they can, carving out the existence that they can with whatever skills or trades or what have you. There's some people that have more. You can see they're dressed more nicely, and there's some people who have less. And you have people who look like they haven't eaten in a few days, and people who are doing just fine. It is a normal
town stuff,
yep.
just with a shroud of gloom over it.
Yep, it's like everybody's got a little healthy dose of depression. There's something definitely keeping things. I mean, you've been in probably a lot of towns in Faerun. All of you probably have. This is definitely a different town. It feels unsettled.
But people have jobs and they go to work and they have errands to run, just like normal lives. What I'm asking is, it's not like sorry, what was the first town?
Barovia.
No, the first town.
Yeah, village of that was the village of Barovia.
Yeah. Okay. People aren't huddled in their houses with the doors shut, peeking through the curtains, because stepping out of the streets is instant death. They've got lives that they're going. They're just something about it that's
I mean, there's a thriving toy maker.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Like,
and I'll point out too that the village of Barovia was recently sacked. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
The Strahd came down and made an example of the village. It's two different experiences that these settlements have experienced.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So as you're in this town, you hear the whinnying of a horse down the street, and it's coming from this direction over here. And as it sort of kind of comes within line of sight of you guys, all kind of huddled or standing in the street. You notice that the townspeople are reacting to what's happening by this horse that's coming from the northeast, and then as it gets closer, you can hear the marching, the footfalls of rhythmic marching, and it sounds like there's a procession of some kind coming from down the street, and it's making its turn, it's making its corner here, sort of about this point, and everybody starts to move away and is giving way for this procession as it comes marching through, and then you hear kind of the loud sort of make way, and people are getting shoved out of the way, and you see about 4 guards that are kind of marching at the front, and a large man with a sleeveless tunic, very well muscled. He's wearing short cropped hair, and one arm seems to be slightly larger than the other one and has some rippling muscles kind of going up of it. And he's kind of moving people out of the way. And in behind you see a rather robust, sort of wealthy man on a horse, leading the horse, and he's kind of lightly armored. It's more ornate than it is for practical purposes. He's got a sword belted at his hip, and he has just sort of this grin on his face, like he seems to be quite happy with himself. And he's looking about at the townsfolk as this procession makes their way through. And as this is happening, there's an older woman that's sort of taking a little too long, and you can kind of see almost in slow motion the man at the front with this devilish arm is shoving this old woman. She's probably in her late 70s, away from the procession, and she goes flying out of the road a good 3-4 feet and comes landing with a hard crack onto the cobblestones. As she falls into the mud, it kind of flies up, and it gets on his cloak, the large man on the horse, and you can hear him muttering, "Filthy peasants' hands."
And where is this occurring on the map? Can you point to it again?
About right here. So kind of right where you are at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Does the woman seem hurt?
Yeah, she's holding her shoulder, for sure, and she seems to be appended by this. But as this is happening, she turns to the large man on the horse, and she starts to beg. And she says, sort of in broken sobs, because she's obviously in pain, "Please, my lord, my son, you must release my son." And there's this bickering that's taking place, and the guards are starting to move in on this older woman. And the Baron sort of spits off to his side. "Your son requires rehabilitation for his," and he pauses, sort of contemplating his next few words, "malicious unhappiness. And perhaps you do as well." And he kind of looks over to Izek. "Izek, I think she needs a couple days in the stocks." And Izek starts to walk over to the older woman on the floor, or on the cobblestones.
Cora is gonna want to intervene.
Drezek steps back, obviously interested in watching what's going down, but not intervening.
At this point, Izek grabs onto the woman and hauls her up to her feet, and she kind of cries out in pain.
I'm trying.
What level is this guy, Dave?
What was that?
I said, what level is this guy?
He looks quite formidable.
What do the other townspeople look like? Do they look like they're kind of like not making eye contact, looking
Good
away?
question.
Like what does the rest of the people look like?
You want to try to read the room?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check. It's not going to be a very difficult DC.
I mean, I have a +5, and that
it's all good. This is not a difficult thing for you to divine here. Everybody is looking at their feet, or they're looking up at the sky, or there's a guy right next to you that seems awfully preoccupied with the dirt under his fingernails. Everybody is sort of ignoring what's happening and trying not to make eye contact with the guy on his horse, with Izek, with the guards. You feel a tension and a certain sense of danger about you. And while this is happening, Izek takes the woman and shoves her in the direction of two of the guards, and they catch her, and she cries out in pain as well. And you can see a third guard start to pull out some manacles, like handcuffs, from a sack that he's carrying.
You could always just like send Gray to heal her or something
Uh,
if you didn't
I-
want to be like super
was-
obvious about it.
Planning on it. I'm debating whether to send Gray to heal her now or wait until she's in the stocks when it's easy to, like she's just
mean,
gonna be
that
there in
would-
the stocks.
That would be the less dangerous option.
So debating whether Cora would be impulsive and do something dumb is the other thing that I'm kind of debating, but I think she's gonna
So
be
the
more
woman-
realistic than that.
The woman starts to openly weep as the men pull her arms behind her back and put the handcuffs on, and they start to drag her away in this direction, kind of walking past you guys, and the procession sort of reforms with this woman kind of being shoved along.
How close? Sorry, how close will they pass by me when they get,
I think within probably 7 to 10 feet.
So I am. How bad does she look?
You don't see anything obviously injured. She just looks like she's sobbing right now. You presume like it was a woman in her 70s that hit the cobblestones pretty hard. You presume that she's injured to some degree, but you don't know.
You said it looked like her shoulder was hurt though a minute ago, or no?
She had been cradling her shoulder when she was on the ground.
I will send. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what my smallest heal is. I will send Gray over as they pass. Like he just kind of runs past across the street at the same time, and cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay, go ahead and expend the spell slot. And describe for me what that looks like, as far as like would people see this happen, or is it like just describe what happens with Gray? What's going on?
It doesn't have there's no description of what it looks like. It does have a verbal somatic component, so I am presumably like whispering something under my breath and making some sort of gesture, trying to like hide it a little bit.
Okay. I'm not gonna make you do a stealth check or anything like that, because I think that it's a pretty crowded square right now, and you're not very large, so I don't think that's gonna be an issue. And I'll say that the healing spell takes effect, and her sobbing sort of certainly subsides. You can see some relief kind of pass over her face, but she still seems very upset. She's weeping not just about her current condition, but maybe perhaps about something else. And then the man on the horse, who's sort of bringing up the rear, he looks quite proud of himself, and he's got his big sort of meaty fist on his hip, like he's riding almost like British style. And he looks out over the townsfolk, and he says with sort of a rasp, "Let that be a lesson as to the dangers of malicious unhappiness. The devil's hand is long, but our joy shall overcome his shadow." And he's got this weird sort of grin as he follows his procession away from the crowd. And they're kind of heading in this direction here. And that's it. They kind of slowly disappear from view. And as they do, the townsfolk slowly begin to move and kind of go back to their business.
So, just real quick, because I was looking at my character sheet when I cast that spell, Cora would have cast the hit point spell in the morning to give everybody the 5 extra hit points.
Sure.
Um,
You can cast that now.
So you all have aid cast upon you. You get 5 extra hit points for the day. For the next 8 hours, specifically.
You guys go ahead and make those adjustments.
Done.
And it's 3, so it's everybody but me gets that.
And
So that's the override max HP.
yeah, and then you can just bump that up from whatever it was and add 5.
Add 5.
Yep.
And they're not temporary, so like if you lose them, you can be healed back up to that.
Yeah, I've made sure not to do it in the temp HP.
Okay.
So, do you guys think we should investigate that at all, or should we continue on with Irina?
I think I'm going to continue walking down the street towards the church. And she's getting thrown in the stocks for a few days, so there'll be time to investigate that if we want to.
They're heading towards the south anyway, correct? Which we've got to
Correct.
go down there for some of the other objectives.
The church is west and Blinsky's is south. Is that what I said?
Yep.
Yeah.
And
So-
the Veliki camp is out of town to the southwest.
Yeah. Okay.
Just gonna put some little blinking markers on my quest map.
Mhm.
So I guess we'll continue heading to the west.
What did what's his face do? What did Brictavio do when the Baron rode by?
You haven't seen him, and Vinrath hasn't reported that he's seen him leave.
Okay. Great. Doop. Are we headed the right way?
This is west, right? Like I'd be able to look up at the sky and tell that we're going west.
Yeah, you know that this is west, and even from your conversations, you know that like this is the direction that you know.
I feel like we should be able to see further.
Hey
Down the
Dave,
street.
look at Marigold for a second.
Yes, I'm looking at Marigold.
Are the stables like hereish?
The stables would be like back there. Yeah.
Because there's absolutely no reason for a horse to be following me around all day.
Okay. Sounds good.
And she'll hear if I'm in trouble.
As
Oh,
we're
I found it. Is that it? Did I find it?
I mean that as you approach it, it definitely looks to be a church. It's a it's a stone building with what looks
a
to be
cemetery attached to
a
it.
cemetery adjacent to it.
Oh, hold on. But as we're walking through this town, I mean, obviously taking into account every building we pass, every person we're seeing. Is there anything of note as we walk through and pass, dozens of these buildings? Any shops that we should notice? Anything out of ordinary? Or is it just normal looking town?
So this particular street that you're on is one of the main thoroughfares, and there's no shops that you see on this particular stretch of road. It looks like to be mostly residential. There's lots of residential buildings, like what looks to be maybe boarding houses where multiple different families might live. You see some people that are on the side of the street that might have like a cart, and they're trying to sell cabbages or root vegetables or whatever paltry goods that they have for sale, scraps of leather, pieces of wood, firewood, that kind of thing. Nothing screams out at you. What you do notice, however, is on walking down this road, people are looking at you guys. You stand out. There's no question. The clothing that you're wearing looks different. Doesn't look like it's from here. The fact that you've got this dark elf. I imagine that you have got your hood up, Drez, but even if you did, you're not human, and that's quite apparent. Elanil, very clearly not human. The short halfling, not human. So people are looking at you guys, and there's a little bit of apprehension.
Other than their races, you said like our clothes and everything looked different. What do the clothes here look like that they look different?
Well, your clothes look like it's higher quality for sure than the average people here, and even the style seems like off. Kind of imagine if you were to travel from eastern United States to the western United States. There's different changes in what the fashion would be, and the available resources that are locally can be found to make those clothing, and just it looks different, and for a local who's used to seeing the same thing day in and day out, having you guys walk by clothed and armed the way that you are, that's unusual. It's definitely something they haven't seen in a while.
Drezek is actually fine. While he was sleeping last night, I put him in white face.
Okay.
I look like I'm trying out to be the new drummer for Kiss.
Yeah,
So,
they take it all back. Everybody thinks you're fine.
Yeah. Are the any of the townspeople armed?
You see the occasional guard walk by that seems to be armed with silvered weapons. Beyond that, nobody is armed.
Okay. So they're just normal townspeople.
More normal townspeople. Yep.
And we are fully armed to the teeth.
Yeah, you guys are looking like you're ready for business.
Okay.
If I was to get like a set of local clothing, I'm assuming I'd still stick out like a sore thumb.
You would probably pass off as a child, I would think.
Okay, whatever the opposite of sticking out is. What do you like?
Yeah.
3 feet tall?
I'm like 30 inches tall or something.
You'd be like a precocious 8-year-old.
I'd be like my growth is stunted because I haven't been eating well. Which in
Perhaps.
Barovia probably isn't out of the realm of possibility.
I'd say there's a lot of malnourishment going on here, for sure. So you guys are gonna head up to the church?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Yep.
That'll be a scene change here for me.
Anything in this area that's
This larger
of
building
note?
across the church, is it of note?
It looks like a boarding house. Like it looks like there's probably multiple families that live there. That seems to be something common in Veliki. Let me just pull up the church. Okay.
I'm going to check the basement for vampires.
Are you gonna let them live this time?
Why? We didn't do anything about it.
It's true.
So as you approach this slouching, centuries-old stone church, you can see a bulging steeple in the back. Walls are lined with cracked stained glass windows depicting what you surmise to be significantly religious people, maybe saints. A fence of wrought iron encloses a garden of gravestones to your left next to the church, and there's a thin mist that's kind of creeping among the graves. It's quiet here.
Is Venrath with us? I'm assuming not.
Vinrath is not. He has instructions to
No.
remain back at the inn.
Yeah, he just appeared on the map. It's okay.
Yeah, go away, Vinrath. You're not supposed to be here.
But guys,
I was just ignoring him.
Well, I guess let's walk around a little bit, see what we see. Do we hear or see anybody? I'm assuming no.
No, it's quiet here. You're kind of a little bit off the road, away from the hustle and bustle there of the road. It's almost peaceful here. It feels.
What's Irina's demeanor during this whole trip to the church?
She looks kind of unsettled, and she's been unsettled since the procession with you presume to be the Baron.
Cora will look at her and ask her if she's okay.
There was something odd about the man in the front with the arm. He kept staring at me.
Isaac, I believe.
Yes, I guess that was his name, Isaac. He kept staring at me.
Did
I don't
his staring, was it... Could you tell, like, what... Was it like a glare? Was it like a flirty stare? Like, what
No.
kind of stare was it?
Maybe flirty, maybe I don't know. It seems like he recognized me or something. I don't know, but it was weird. It made my stomach turn.
Did he make? Do you feel unsafe with him in
I
the
have
town?
felt I felt unsafe ever since I entered this town.
Any particular reason other than him? Just general vibes?
Vibes are off.
Just the vibes. It's hard to explain, but he looks like a
Bad,
dangerous man.
bad vibes. He did seem dangerous. This town seems to
It's
have its
okay.
problems.
We've made a reputation of leaving dangerous things on their own.
Hey, now that's the first rude NPC I haven't started a fight with.
You know, I feel like I should give you an inspiration point for not picking a fight there.
It was close. It was really close.
Cora very much wanted to run up and like just start healing the woman and being like, "What the heck? You're beating up an old woman."
Yeah, I was prepared for it. Never happened though.
Well, let's see if we can find somebody. Walk around a little bit.
Let's not break into this church.
There's probably
I
songbooks
mean,
inside, Cora.
let's see if the doors are open.
Do we have any rope?
So
Look,
sorry, are you? So what are you doing, Elanil? Are you trying to try on the door?
yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna like walk around outside a little bit first.
I mean,
Okay.
you both can do that.
You can wander into the graveyard if you want.
Yeah, I'm
The,
gonna
the
just wander around and read some of the
sure.
names on the graves.
Yeah, you. I wish I had. Man, I wish I had gravestone rhymes ready for that because I love that. Yeah, you just see names of Romanian sounding names with birth dates. You see a lot of
You can give
young.
me some gravestone names rhymes later, and
I will.
I will be into it.
I fucking will. You see a lot of like premature deaths. There's not a lot of natural causes in that graveyard.
Does it say
Um,
like what the causes are?
Sometimes it'll be included in the riddle or in the rhyme. It'll be like limerick, whatever you want to call it. There's consumption. Someone fell and bumped their head. You see plague, disease, malnutrition, stillbirths. There's just
Dysentery.
dysentery. Yeah.
Here
The
lies a dead elf ranger. Fell
But
off
it
a
seems
church, and I can't think of a rhyme with ranger, and is no longer in danger.
yeah, no longer in danger.
does it seems to be a variety of deaths, so not like mass like 30 people died of the same thing kind of things.
No, there's just a good variety, and you can see that there's a different. Some gravestones appear to be like, you know, 10 years old. Some are 80 years old. Some are even older. Some have their etchings sort of smoothed off with time and weather, so you can't actually make them out. There's a couple fresh graves that you see have been recently filled. It just seems to be a thriving business, really.
Is there any like notable names that I see while I'm browsing?
No, nothing's jumping out at you as being particularly notable.
Okay. Well, Cora will keep doing this while whatever happens.
So as you try the door, my love, 1 second here, it actually flies open,
What?
and there's a man on the other end, and he bursts out the door at the same time that you open it, not really caring kind of where he's going, and he actually looks like he's on a collision course with you. I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Where's Dex? Why is this shit not alphabetical? Oh fuck.
When did you get there? That's stealth.
It's sorry, this one.
Uh,
This says Dex.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah. So as he comes crashing out of this door, You very keenly note that he's carrying in his hand what looks to be some misshapen boards. There seems to be a hammer kind of crooked under his arm. On his right arm, he's got like a bundle. You can see some long, like wrought iron nails. Um, and you very deftly two-step away from him and kind of like spin on your heel to just narrowly avoid a collision. And him seeing you, surprised as he is, he tries to avoid it as well, but he's not as graceful as you, and he didn't roll as high as you. And he kind of trips sort of on his feet, and he actually goes ass over kind of tea kettle down the steps, and he kind of lands sort of on his ass right here at the base of the steps, and these boards go flying, and there's nails everywhere, and his hammer kind of funks onto the soft soil nearby, and he's like rubbing his head, and he's like, oh, he seems to be quite discombobulated. He's a male in his probably, I want to say, late 50s. Looks like he's kind of fit, strong, but has sort of a dour, sort of mellow kind of countenance to him.
I'm just going to look at him not offer to help him.
And he's like sprawled on the ground.
Yeah, he's
Sprawled on the
completely
ground.
upended, and he slowly, like as you're just staring at him, he slowly starts to kind of like dust himself off and look for an easy way of getting to his feet.
So Drezek goes over there to help him up and asks us, "What are you running from, friend?"
Oh, it's just the father. The window is broken, and I've got to get some different wood, and it's just and he seems completely like out of it. He was not expecting to see you guys come in when he was coming out. I've got to get more nails, and it's just I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And he turns to Elanil, not knowing if he actually collided with her or not, and sees that she's perfectly fine, and he seems somewhat surprised at that. And then he slowly starts to pick up things that are on the ground and stack them in his arms again.
You're moving pretty fast for somebody who's just got to go out and get some nails.
Well, the father, he wants his church fixed, and there is a break-in, and we don't usually get break-ins here, and it's just, I'm sorry. You caught me off guard, and he kind of pats the front of his leather apron. He's got a leather sort of carpenter's apron. My name is Henrik van der Voort. It is a pleasure to meet you. I would love to stay and chat, but I do need to go. Bring what I need and bring it back for the church.
So is he like clearly trying to get away, or is he? Do we have a chance to ask him more questions?
He's still collecting things. He just picked up his glasses, his spectacles, and he's now like blowing on them. And he's doing that with one hand because his left hand has like two kind of boards on it, and he's just slowly getting his things together. If you wanted to talk to him for sure, you
So ask him about what's this theft you're talking about? Somebody stole something from the church?
There's a break-in. One of the windows of the church were broken, and it's a mess in there. And the father seems to be very, very upset. So he called me. I know him quite well. I'm the local coffin maker. We kind of have sort of a mutual business together, and I have, I'm a carpenter as well. I'm pretty handy with a hammer. So I brought the wrong things. I need a different board. I need something a little longer for the window, and that's why I'm here. If you want to know more about the break-in, I'm sure you could talk to the father.
Drezek nods and dusts him off a little bit and sends him on his way.
Anybody else?
Cora's probably still walking back.
Mesker's distracted.
I'm gonna roll an insight check on him.
Okay.
It is this one, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Go for it. 7. No, that's 5.
No.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you don't really pick out anything other than what's being presented to you. He seems discombobulated. He seems kind of in a hurry. But at the last minute there, kind of mustered up his manners to introduce himself and talk to you guys for a bit.
Okay. He was just moving really fast for an old guy who was after some lords.
Are you saying that out loud?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he's in his 50s. He's not like ancient or anything.
Yeah, but it's boards. It's not raining or anything.
So he's making his way downtown, walking fast,
Is he
Space is
homebound?
passing.
and he's homebound. Anyways, he's gone.
Staring blankly ahead?
All right.
Cora will, as she comes back, she'll comment, "There's some really cool rhymes in this graveyard."
Oh, I love rhymes, says Irina.
Beep. Don't give a fuck about poetry unless it's about nature. So.
I'm getting in character.
I mean, there was probably one person who got squashed by a tree.
I would like to read that one.
So as you enter the chapel, the church here, you notice a dozen ornate candelabras bathing rows of well-kept pews in candlelight, casting a soft luminescence that touches every corner of this chapel, even in the day. At the far end of the room, a wooden altar stands proudly, carved with a proud sunburst, with rays thrusting forth in cheery defiance. 6 tall windows flank the altar, though one appears to have been broken, with glass shards lining its dark iron pane like jagged teeth. And it looks like it's this window right here that you notice is sort of missing. A broad shoulder.
Person to me.
There is a person standing there, yeah. In fact, I was just about to talk about him. A broad-shouldered, black-haired young man stands atop a small stepladder before that broken window. So that's that broad-shouldered man. He's currently nailing what looks to be a tarp of some kind into place to cover the window. There's a young boy dressed in vestments of some kind sweeping the chapel floor not far away, and a middle-aged priest on the older side of middle-aged with graying hair and crisp, clean vestments. And he's watching them work from the pews and holding a broom of his own, but he's kind of has it perched on the ground, and his chin is sort of resting on the end of the handle, and he looks sort of vexed and somewhat lost in thought.
Drezek's watching Irina during this. Is she reacting at all to being in the church, to the priest or anything?
She's not really reacting like with like recognition, or what are you looking for?
Yeah, recognition, fear, relief.
Nothing overt. She's looking around. She's a little bit like you guys. She's taking stock of her environment. She's looking at everything. Looking at the windows, and she kind of parks herself sort of here and is looking around. She's letting you guys clearly take the lead here.
So Cora has been in a lot of churches, obviously. Can I do like a vibe check? Like, does this feel like a normal sanctified church to my deity, or a version of my deity?
Give me a religion check.
Or a vibe check.
Yeah. in 10 years, that's going to be on the character
God,
sheet.
I'm rolling
100%.
like shit today.
Yeah, so this is the same church in terms of like the deity as the one in the village of Barovia with Father Donovich. You recognize the sunburst on the altar as being what they call the Morning Lord, which you sort of think is Lathander, the same god. There's something warm about this place. It feels different than the one in Barovia. There's something going on here that you can't quite put your finger on. As you walk
There's an
in,
altar boy in this one.
as you walk in, the father turns to the group, and a smile sort of breaks his somber expression. Have you come seeking fellowship, or to pray to the Morning Lord?
Cora will speak up and say that she would love to offer a prayer to the Morning Lord while we're here, but that's not actually why we've come. she'll gesture at Irina and say that she has, I believe she's come seeking sanctuary. Would that be an accurate statement of why we brought her?
Totally what I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. I've
Yeah.
been trying. I've yet to be able to really figure out what we're trying to do with her. That's the way
Yeah,
better.
so I will say that Irina has come seeking sanctuary, and we have guarded her on the road.
Irina, Irina Koliana? And he kind of looks over at Irina, and she sort of nods almost shyly, and inclines her head sort of in greetings. And as this exchange is happening, the young boy kind of steps down off the ladder, and he walks over kind of sort of to join the group. And there's a scowl on his face. He's probably in his late teens, maybe 19, 20 years old. Um, Father, are these outsiders bothering you? I can ask them to leave.
Roll
And the
for
fa-
initiative.
I was just gonna say. Here we go.
And the father turns to the young lad, right quick. In these dark times, Milvoj, it's never been more important to be hospitable to others. You can't be too sure about strangers, father. I thought the town gates were supposed to be closed. And he turns and he looks at your group, sort of suspicious. They could be vampires, or worse. And he's glowering at you at this point. Unless you
There's
can...
now a there's now a very large man staring down at him.
Are you rolling an intimidation check?
I could.
Do you want to? Just tell me what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if I can roll shit.
15.
Nice.
It was almost a 20, which probably would have killed him.
He just dies, eh?
Drops dead of fear.
So as you walk up to him, are you saying anything, or is you just
Nope.
standing next
Just
to him?
staring.
Yeah. And how tall are you?
Oh, good God, where is that?
I'm just trying to picture this in my head. Here.
Features and traits underneath your hit points and defenses box.
I am 8'7". I'm just kidding.
You're a Goliath?
That's
What?
that's quite a contrast to Cora.
Oh no, description. That's
6'1".
where it is. Sorry.
You're 6'1"? Yeah. So the young lad who the priest referred to as Milovoj, he's like 5'7", and which is pretty tall if you're from Georgia. And he looks up at Mesker. Sorry. And he's about to say, unless you have some way of proving that you're not, in reference to you guys being vampires. But he breaks off halfway through it, but it's sort of like this, like, he gets quieter and quieter. Like, unless you have some way to prove that you're, well, Father, it looks like you have everything well in hand here. Henrik should be back with the wood soon, and I've got something to do at home. And he starts to leave.
Drezek openly laughs at the kid.
Okay. And he's gone. You must forgive Milovoj, the father kind of says with a sigh. He's young, and the recent events in the valley has given him some pause as to his own safety. My name is Father Lucian Petronovich. Welcome to the Church of the Morning Lord.
I'm sorry, what did you say his last name is?
Lucian Petronovich.
Yeah, paste that.
I can, yes.
If you don't mind. Thank you.
You can't spell
I
it.
made
It's
up
common
some
spelling.
spelling.
Petronovich, common spelling. Lucian Petronovich. Petronovich.
I guessed right. No, not quite. I had an A instead of an E in Lucian. I was close.
So he's looking at you guys now curiously. And if you want to break in if you have anything you want to say. But he does sort of say in a low voice, and did I catch right? You're looking for sanctuary here.
She is.
Is Irina gonna say anything?
No, I'm gonna let you guys deal with this. I'm not gonna roleplay two characters at the same time.
Dang.
Some DM you turned out to be.
They call that showering
Do they
when
really?
the DM's playing with himself.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shower with myself.
Okay, there you go.
What if it's a
Okay,
golden shower, though?
that's quite the
I mean,
phrase.
we are in the Church of the
That's
Morning
the
Lord.
phrase.
That's
Um,
I don't know how to feel about that. But anyways, okay. I can just gesture to Irina and say that she has the misfortune of having caught the eye of an unsavory, unsavory sort, and her brother requested we bring her here for safe harbor.
Her brother, Ismark, the Burgomaster's son.
The same.
Well, if it's an unsavory sort, I don't know how Ismark couldn't handle that.
Shoot him a very dour look for
She's
annoyed at not reading between the lines.
she's
everything
alluding
okay,
to
lass?
a rather powerful individual in this land.
And as you say that, Cora, Irina actually pulls the scarf away from her neck, where you can see 2 puncture wounds on her neck. And the father looks to her. Oh, my child, is it who I think it is? And Irina slowly nods. And there's a moment of sort of silence as the father looks to her with a genuine, disappointed, sort of hopeless-looking expression on his face. And you feel there's definitely a vibe. If you were to do a vibe check, you'd feel a vibe in the room change, like the temperature drops in the room. Well, I would love nothing more than to extend Irina an offer of permanent shelter. And he looks over to the window, and then he looks over slowly to the altar. Recent events have left the church's wards in a precarious state.
Ask him what happened.
This particular church is unique in the land. The Church of Saint Andral. You see, and he looks around, making sure no one else is kind of in the room. He sees the young boy over to kind of behind him to his left, and he just nods his head. Obviously, he's okay to be here. Andral was a holy warrior from long ago. Almost 200 years ago. And he died fighting the forces of evil in this valley of Barovia. And in one last act of defiance, he swore before the Morning Lord himself that wherever he was laid to rest would be forever a sanctuary against the darkness, against Strahd's machinations. And he kind of rolls his shoulder, leans back on the broom, and his eyes sort of cast down. This church is protected with a hallow spell, due in part to the remains of Saint Andral, normally housed below in a secret crypt. The source of this hallow spell, of this protection, comes from the crypt itself and from Saint Andral. Once a year, I am required to perform a rite in order to renew the wards in the church, to keep this place warded from evil and the undead. And then there's sort of like this pause as he looks over to the broken window. In order to retain this protection, the rite must be completed at dawn on the morning of St. Andrew's feast in 4 days' time. And yet, and then he walks over to the altar, and sort of gestures you guys to kind of follow. And then you could see that behind the altar, the floorboards have been hacked up, and there's an opening. It looks like a hidden opening, and it looks like it was hacked up with violence. Someone broke into it. The bones were stolen last night by someone, I'm not sure who. And if they are not returned to the church before the feast of Saint Andral, the wards will fall, and the place will be safe for no.
You broke up a little bit. What was that at the end?
If the bones are not returned by Saint Andrew's feast, then the wards will fall, and this place will be a safe place for no one.
So St. Andrew's feast is on the same day as the what was it called?
Festival of the Rising Sun.
That's the one.
Blazing Sun.
Blazing Sun, thank you.
He
I was
explains
thinking
that
House of the Rising Sun, different song.
he explains that the feast is a religious holiday that's been around for hundreds of years, since Saint Andral died, and it is celebrated on the same day every year. And the main event is a very busy church service. So there's hundreds of people that kind of pile in here. Obviously not hundreds when you look at the map, but you get my idea. It's packed. People come in here, they participate. The father leads the congregation in service, and they celebrate, Saint Andral. And if the bones are not returned on that day, the morning of that day, the wards fall at dawn.
So Drezek kind of goes into detective mode a little bit. Starts asking the priest, who would do this? Why would somebody do this? And have the bones ever been stolen before?
Never, not in the however many years we have been doing the right, priest after priest after priest. They have always been safe here in the church, and I have no idea who would have done this thing. It can't be the undead. It can't be a servant of darkness. They can't enter the church. It is protected with the hallow spell.
Do you mind if I look around?
Please. And he gestures with his open hand as if you have the run of the church.
So Drezek will go check the windows where it looks like somebody entered, or the window, I should say.
Roll me an investigation check.
I'll ask the priest if the whole town knows about the bones. Like, is it common knowledge that that's why this feast happens?
Okay, I'll just do Drez and then you. Drez, the window has been broken, and you see shards of glass on the inside of the window within the church.
Given that I am an urchin by background, would I not make that roll with advantage?
An urchin?
Yes, that's my background. I'm a city street urchin is my background.
Intimate, like coming from your intimate knowledge of breaking into places?
Yes.
No, I'm gonna say no.
It's a nice try. It is. I'm looking at my character sheet right now. Urchin is my background.
You miss all the shots you don't take.
Yeah, exactly right.
I will cast guidance on Drez for checks.
That'll work on the next check. And to answer your question, no, the existence of the bones is known only to myself and recently Yaska. It is a secret, a well-kept secret. I don't know who else would know of the existence of the bones. And as he says Yaska, he's gesturing to the boy next to him. The altar boy, as Mesker called him.
All right, so I'm going to go check out where the bones were broken into, where they were.
Does the boy have any reaction to him being mentioned as like one of the two people that knows the bones are there?
He just looks up when his name is mentioned. He looks up at the father and smiles. He's genuinely fond of the father, and he's still sweeping up broken glass.
I'm sure he's fond of the father.
So you said the window was broken. There's glass on the inside, and the floorboards are chopped, and like the bones were under the floorboards. Is that accurate?
That's right. Yeah.
Is there any
Um,
other like damage in the like looking around?
well, based on what you see right now, all you see is the window and the altar. And then, Drez, you were looking over at the altar. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check, and while you're doing that, I'll read out what you guys see if you're getting closer to the altar. A
Guidance.
small pile of fresh wooden boards rests against the altar, with a pouch of nails sitting atop their surface. Nearby, the old wooden floorboards behind the crypt, have been pried up and broken, splintered edges jutting out. Between them, a small, dark opening descends into a small, dusty space.
Like, how big is the space?
Enough for someone to lower themselves down.
And is it like open up into like a small room, or is it just a hole
It's quite
underneath the
dark.
floorboards?
It's
Yeah.
quite dark down there, but what you can see of is it looks like a very enclosed space. It is like rough-hewn stone. It's like a pretty rough-looking crypt.
Down, Dark Elf.
Doesn't look like it's very big down there.
I draw my moon touch rapier and will it activate its light?
Perfect. It exudes a good radiance where you're standing, and the father actually intakes. He's impressed with your rapier. I do have to answer your investigation score. So if you're keenly investigating the floorboards, you will note with that roll, you find two things: a torn piece of gray wool fabric that has been snagged on a nail. And you also find a line of rust-stained dirt smeared across one of the broken floorboards.
Could you say that again? Sorry.
Yep. So you find Drezek finds a torn piece of gray wool fabric snagged on a nail, and a line of rust-stained dirt smeared across one of the broken floorboards.
Rust-stained dirt.
Yep, rust-stained dirt.
All right. So what do I see inside the hole?
If you were to like have your rapier sort of pointed towards the hole,
Yeah, like I put it into the hole and use it kind of to cast some
Yep.
light down there.
You see what looks to be like old, like hand carved stone steps that leads down into a small, like 6x6 room, low ceilings, and what looks to be some kind of slab at the bottom in the center of this small 6x6 room. You can't make out any more details from standing where you are on the ground floor. You would have to go inside to see more.
So I communicate that to my party members and say, "Hey, Mesker, why don't you get on and check out this room? I think that's there may be some clues down there."
So you descend, Mesker, into a small, dark, damp chamber. The walls made of rough-hewn stone blocks, stained with age and moisture. At the center stands a lonely stone slab. An empty, circular depression is carved neatly into the surface of this slab.
What was carved into it?
A circular depression.
I assume where the bones used to bone. Are there any footprints on the ground?
Roll me something. You want to do a perception or investigation?
Investigation. Ugh.
You see clumps of earth shaped like what looks to be large boot prints on the ground.
Large boot. So, what about the hole? What am I looking at?
Like where you came back up?
No, the hole in the wall.
The stone slab?
Where the bones were kept.
Roll me another.
Wait, is it a
check.
stone slab like on the floor and then a depression in the slab?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not in the wall.
Why did we send the biggest person down here?
Because if something's going to jump out and attack, it's got to be the guy that's got 400 hit points.
I mean, I was gonna send my rat down there, but you just jumped in, so Cora's just sitting back.
That's even worse.
So your attempts to intimidate the stone slab fail.
Oh, fuck! Sorry. Sorry, wrong one. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, you think the stone slab is made of stone.
There's large boot prints down here and a stone slab.
All right,
There is
Drezek
there
will
is room
poke
for
his
more
head in
people.
there, and Drezek will go down there with his rapier out in the light and
I'm gonna climb out. Yeah.
see if he can find anything.
Cora will also go down. It's an old church. It's kind of her jam.
Sure. Yeah, you both are down there. It's a 6x6 chamber. You see the depression in the stone slab, and Mesker pointing out the boot prints. You see what looks to be clumps of earth that are in the vague shape of what appear to be a boot print.
Can I? Okay, this is a question about how detect magic works. If I cast detect magic, will it detect something that's happened in the past? Will it only detect like magic on objects there? Like if somebody used magic to break in or something, would I be able to see that?
Detect magic is going to work on objects and any kind of magical fields, any sort of thing giving off a magical vibe. I think is that something that you can have all the time? Is that a ritual that you can cast?
It is.
I think it's a ritual
It's
spell.
not. It doesn't say ritual on it. At least I don't see it. Range area. You cast it on yourself. You get 30 feet around you for the duration. You know if there is an aberrate. Sorry, I'm on detect good evil. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah, so you can cast it as a ritual. It would take you about 10 feet in order to cast it. And for the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears the magic, and you learn the school of its magic. The spell can penetrate most barriers, so you would be able to cast it for free if you concentrated for 10 minutes.
Okay, well I'll go ahead and cast it, and then just walk around both down there and up top. Okay. Just do I see anything?
Okay, I'll let that happen, but I'll respond to while you're doing that. It takes 10 minutes. I'll respond to Drezek's checks here.
Yep.
So that 19, Drez, you notice two things with that roll. In the boot prints, I assume that you're just perceiving what's in the crypt. Is that it? Is there any targeted areas?
Just all over, looking all over the place.
So the boot prints.
I assume that's a perception check. I don't know.
Yeah, perception is those are your two main checks: perception and investigation. If you want to sort of just investigate something. So the boot prints contain pale green grass, like blades of grass. And you also see tiny little white flower petals in one of the boot prints. And you also notice what appears to be a few strands of dark black hair on the depression on the slab.
All right, so I'll take I'll grab a few of the blades of grass and a few of the petals and the hair, and I'll show it to Cora and say, "Don't know if this means anything, but whoever did this is leaving some pretty clear clues behind."
I mean, she's probably still praying in the corner for 10 minutes or whatever.
Well, we could say
10 minutes.
It takes 10 minutes.
Seconds.
It takes 10 minutes.
All right, so I'll come back up and show them to Alano and Mesker.
Oh, look at me! I can find.
Just keep being a meat shield.
Mesker might need to intimidate that kid again. he had black hair.
That's true. So I'm gonna approach the priest, Lucian,
Yeah.
and show him what I've got in my hand and say, any idea where these small flower petals could have come from?
Let me see that. And if you hand it to him, he'll lean forward and look at them. These are the white petals of the Ramson plant. It grows in the church graveyard.
I will take a few of the petals then, since I'm the nature person, and head out into the graveyard to look for some more clues.
Good call. In the mean,
I
while she's
guess.
doing that, I'm gonna go to the window and see if there's anything outside the window where the person came in. Footprints, whatever. Just check for anything out there.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me. You can roll me a nature or survival, whatever you want to do out there, love. And
Yeah.
Drez, you can roll me a perception or investigation if you want to do that around on the other side. And while you're making those rolls, Cora, you finish your detect magic spell, and it's actually takes your breath away because you see the wards of the Hallow spell suffusing all of the outer walls of the church and just sort of lingering in the air as well, like little motes of stardust almost. You know just by looking around you that like nothing that is undead or um, unsanctified in some manner. Strahd's minions would never be able to step foot in this church. This is a place of safety, and it is a source of divine magic that you haven't really quite seen. Those artifacts, those bones, whatever they are, they're relics. They're holy relics, and
So
obviously are quite contain quite a significant amount of divine energy.
So just to be clear though, like undead, evil beings, none of those can step here. Could a human with evil intent? Do I get the impression with the words that somebody like that could get through?
Yeah, somebody who has an evil alignment could stand in the church and presumably conduct an investigation. Yeah. There's no dark elves currently set on fire.
Not what I meant, but that would be funny.
Yeah, no, yeah. People
Dre-
with evil intent, like it's
I'm
obviously
not a
connected.
freaking vampire.
It's
Well-
connected to a monster type, right? So undead, fiends, things that are from like the nine hells, like they would not be able to step foot into this place so long as
So
the
like
ward spell is in place.
so like the detect good and evil spell, if you fall under the evil, you can't come in, basically.
Um, is detect good and evil? Does you detect alignment or do you detect fiends and undead?
The fiends and undead.
If it's fiends and undead, then yeah, if you're a fiend, if you're undead, you can't step foot in this church.
Aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. So do I notice anything other than the wards that is magical?
The source of this energy seems to be coming from the depression, but even looking at that depression and knowing that it's sort of emanating from that slab, you see a softening or a weakening of that source. So if it was like a light bulb, you almost see like it's slowly dimming, and it's just almost imperceptible, but you can see that something's failing. Like it's the wards are slowly coming down. Nothing else in the church, as far as you can see, is giving you any other indication that it's magic.
Okay. Well, Cora will just kind of continue to walk around downstairs. She'll come upstairs, and then since she has 10 minutes, she'll probably start making her way outside and kind of just look around out there too.
Okay. What did you roll for your roll there, love? A 13. So you see the Ramston plant growing all over the graveyard. It likes to grow in clumps around the graves. You see a couple fresh graves that have recently been dug. There's a shovel actually leaning against one of the gravestones. and there's some ramps and plant growing there. And Drez, you don't see anything other than trampled grass by the window. It looks like someone has moved through that area somewhat recently.
And
If that's
does
where
the
you're looking.
grass kind of match the grass that I found in the boot prints?
Yeah, it's nearly indistinguishable.
It's all I determined from that freaking amazing roll.
That's all that you determined from that freaking amazing roll.
Okay. Is there any way to see, like, are these the trampled grass? Is it leaning in a different direction, or is it just kind of
It's
not
heading
really
it's
indicating?
heading towards the road.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go back inside and just tell the party that there's nothing of note. But actually, you know what? I'm gonna probably go back out and I'm gonna probably stay outside and go to the graveyard and see what Alano's found.
Yeah, so you would see what Elanil was seeing. I'll let you take it from there.
So it's basically nothing though. So if I were to make like a survival roll, could I track somebody? Like, if it's just
I mean, ordinarily, yeah, survival would be what you would use to track footprints. $19. There's tracks like everywhere in the graveyard, so you do see them go from like grave to grave. People are obviously visiting here. The soil is like it's mostly grass. There is some trail. Like around the gravestone where you're at with that roll, you do see that track kind of go back and forth between the church. It's around the shovel that's kind of leaning against the gravestone. And again, lots of tracks here in this graveyard. It links up with the main road. It links up with the front of the graveyard or front of the church.
but the dirt's fresh?
This particular grave looks like it's been dug probably in the last 16 hours. Like it's still piled up, like it's not settled yet.
And the shovel is there.
The shovel is leaning up against an adjacent gravestone. Yep.
Is the
I'm
dirt
gonna,
rust stained?
I was gonna say, is the shovel rusty?
On inspecting the shovel, you see what looks to be rust forming on the blade of the spade. Like it's yeah, it's the shovel is rusty for sure.
I'm gonna take the shovel and dig up the grave.
You're gonna dig up the grave?
It's fresh.
Okay.
Whoa, I'm going back in the church.
Wow, Cora is inside. She does not see you digging up a grave, but she would not be down for it.
Okay.
I just, idle curiosity. I'm putting
I
one and
mean,
one together to get two. I'm just gonna check whether there's a casket down there or, bones.
Okay. Yeah. So you dig.
That's
You dig until you hear the soft thunk of what appears to be wood and what looks to be a fresh wooden coffin in the grave.
inside the coffin.
It's nailed shut.
God damn it. Okay, so I'm going to go back into the church and ask the father whether that grave was, um,
And who digs his
officially
graves?
filled recently.
Yeah, I'd ask him who digs his graves as well.
Okay. So
Yeah.
what was your question, love?
Whether or not that particular grave was filled by him recently, like whether he was the one who oversaw that interment, I guess.
You mean the fresh one over by and he kind of points towards the western wall.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a service for Maria yesterday morning. She died from Fengu fever.
Who dug the grave?
That was muted, so please say that again.
Sorry. I just with that answer, I'll just turn on my heel and go back outside to fill in the grave.
I just have this look of like you like biting your lower lip, like,
Like, ooh,
Fengu fever. Okay.
oops.
All right. I'm just gonna step outside for a second.
Yeah, I've got something to take care of.
And there's this quiet moment. You just hear this like.
I mean, Cora could probably speak with Maria if there were a reason, but like, I don't really think there is.
Yeah, no.
So the
no,
father
no.
would say to Drezek, Milovoj, the young lad who wanted to know if you guys were vampires, he's our grave digger. Young lad, but a strong back. He digs all of the graves and maintains the graveyard here.
Where does he live?
To the east, the north. I get east and north, kind of Valaki. It's a it's a bad neighborhood, but yeah, he lives there. Is there something? What have you learned?
There
But
is a.
go ahead.
Mm, Cora looks conflicted and can't decide if she wants to answer or not.
You look conflicted and like you want to say something. Please, what have you learned?
She'll gesture towards the a rusty a dirt in a line smudge and say that looks an awful lot like the rusty shovel outside.
The rusty shovel. Are you saying someone used the shovel to break into the floorboards?
I'm saying it sure looks like it could have been.
I've been telling Milovoj to lock up the tools outside, but he leaves them out at night.
Where would Milovich be now if he just after running away from the church in the middle of the day?
When we don't need him around the church, if there's no new graves to be dug, or any tasks or errands that I need him to run, he goes home to his family. He's got lots of brothers and sisters. He's kind of like a second father to them.
Drezek
He
looks
said he
over at
lives
Mesker and says, "Hey, Mesker, you want to go talk to your new friend again?"
I could.
Are you guys suspecting Milovoj?
Drezek just shrugs.
Is there any way he could have found out about the ritual and the skeleton in the crypt?
There's only two people that know about that, me and Yeska. I don't know how he would know.
Obviously, somebody else knows, or one of you did this. So
I have no motivation to take the bones of Saint Andral, and Yeska's just a boy. His parents were killed many years ago, and I've been taking care of him now. He's going to be the next priest here when I die.
Why? Hmm. Is there anyone here stupid enough to align themselves with Strahd?
you're not supposed
Barovia,
to say his name.
Barovia is, I mean, the priest has said his name already here, almost like he
Yeah,
doesn't care. So perhaps the
protected.
We're
Hallow spell
safe in the
protects it.
church.
It wouldn't surprise me if some would align themselves with Strahd. His plots run deep, and he's known to make deals with those who would think to gain his favor.
Does anyone spring to mind?
I don't know. I think you need more evidence than just a shovel to blind Milovoj, but I suppose anything is possible.
I just think we need one of his boots.
You gonna go steal a kid's boot?
I didn't say steal it. It may still have a foot in it.
Borrow with impunity
That's
then.
why we're bringing Mesker.
Could I hold on? I think I have some paper and a pen. I was gonna maybe trace the size of the boot. Let me make sure I have that though. Mm,
I thought you bought paper and stuff.
Yeah, or I stole it from somewhere. I swear I remember having some. I've got charcoal.
We could just use a length of rope and
The length of rope for what?
take a length of rope, put it at the footprint, mark where the footprint starts and ends on
Oh,
the
okay.
rope, and now you've made a ruler.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, I should have looked at the dream pastry while I was seeing magic shit.
Yeah, we should have ate them last night.
You still have the ritual up.
Yeah,
you
man.
I look at the dream pastry.
There's nothing magical on the dream pastry. As I just want to say about the rope thing. So that did come up in the other group as well on how to do that. That's a great idea. If you want to do that, go for it. If you want to make a measurement of the boot print.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be rope. Anything. We take a board. We could take whatever. Take a measurement of the boot.
Okay.
Of the
Just tell
boot
me-
print, I should say.
Tell me what you're using to do it, and just make sure that you make a note of that you have that in your possession.
Yeah, so I carry a length of silk rope with me. So I will take the loose end, put it on one of the footprint, and make a loose knot at about approximately the length of the boot print, and then cinch the knot right at the end of the boot print. So the distance between the knot and the end of the rope is exactly the same length as the footprint.
Yeah,
You-
Cora finishes rummaging around in her pack, and she also just traces the boot print on a piece of paper with an ink pen.
Okay. You both have an approximate dimension of the boot print.
She had to dig in her bag, though. It took her a while.
So are we good leaving Irina here? I'm asking the priest that.
Yes, the hallow spell will last until the feast of Saint Andral, the dawn of the feast day. She should be protected here, at least from fiends and the like. You folk managed to enter, of course, so normal folk can still enter. But this is a sanctuary. This is sanctuary from Strahd and his ilk. Are you planning on leaving now?
Possibly. Let me ask you one more question, though. Can vampires enter this church?
No.
Does your gravedigger know that?
The common folk know that the church is a safe place. They don't know the details. They don't know the specifics.
Okay.
If you're planning on going to speak to Milivoj, I will go with you. And if you believe you have some leads here to follow up
I'm not
with,
sure you want that.
I need to accompany you. I have to see this through.
By the way, Milivosh, Milillovosh.
Milivoj. Milivoj.
Did anybody talk to Altar Boy? I can't remember.
I think one of us should. Cora, I think before we leave, is going to pray to the Morning Lord since she thinks that's also her god. So maybe somebody goes over and talks to him while she's performing a prayer.
Yep, the altar boy is sweeping up glass, and he looks a bit unsettled.
I think Mesker should go intimidate him.
I don't know that that's needed. He's a boy.
Oh, for Pete's sake, somebody just go talk to him.
All right. Really?
What's my altar boy?
I lost my Mickey Mouse.
I was gonna say.
Welcome to
Wow.
the happiest place on earth.
Oh,
This altar boy
God.
is creepy and probably guilty.
Yeah. I'm not good with subtlety, so I'm just going to ask him if he told Milivoj about the bones beneath the church.
So he says no, he didn't tell about the bones to Milivoj. I only learned about the bones a few days ago. When I asked the father, I was worried about something I had heard.
And what did you hear?
Well, Milivoj was talking about how Borovia was sacked a few weeks ago, and that Strahd was going to send his armies to Valaki. I had difficulty sleeping, and so I asked the father if that was going to happen, and he told me not to worry. He told me that Saint Andral protected the church, and that Strahd could not sack Valaki so long as the church was protected, and it made me feel better.
Could anyone have overheard?
I don't know. We were in the church when I was asking him.
Have you seen Milivoj talking to any of the townsfolk recently?
No, Milivoj, he mostly keeps to himself. He either is working here or he's with his brothers and sisters. He's very busy. His parents seem not all there. Are you guys going to kill Strahd?
What?
Are you guys going to kill Strahd?
Nobody is talking about killing Strahd, kid.
Oh.
I am.
Is your mouth muffled by dream pastries? Because if not, you might hurt me.
No, there's actually Mesker is currently gnawing on like raw meat for some reason. You don't know where it came from.
God.
Yeah, that's another thing we got to remember.
Yeah, we still have silver tucked away because we didn't let the guards take it. Okay, I'll just like pat him awkwardly on the shoulder, and
Please don't touch me. Sorry.
Yo!
Cora
no!
will tell the group that she didn't take it today, but she could take Zone of Truth tomorrow, but it's an awfully expensive spell to cast if we need to question somebody.
I mean, we got some muscle to rely on first.
And these aren't the most sophisticated people in the world either.
True. Just want you guys to know that
Yep,
that's an
that's good.
option.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think this
All right.
Milivoj is going to be real coy with us.
All right. Let's go, Father.
So as you guys are preparing to leave, Father Lucian walks over to near the exit there. There's a quarterstaff sort of hanging, or rather leaning against the wall, and there's a cloak pegs kind of along the back wall, and there's a heavy woolen cloak. And he grabs that and wraps it around himself and clasps it in front of him, and takes up the quarterstaff. I am ready to go when you are.
What color is his cloak?
It's like a dark, deep sage kind of green.
Okay. Cora will be looking for gray wool as we're walking around.
Yeah, it's not gray.
If any of those checks would indicate that the gray cloth matches what Milivoj was wearing before he left, but we found the cloth after he left, so I don't know if that's determinable or not.
Are you asking whether or not you remember what he was wearing?
Yeah.
He was wearing what looked to be a gray woolen tunic.
I sense breadcrumbs. Okay. Yeah. Okay, priest, let's go.
So he starts marching his way down and exits the church.
Did he just run into me? Roll for initiative.
He actually pushed you aside. You were in his way.
Oh, roll for initiative.
Okay, give me a second. Here.
Mesker's gonna kill the priest.
Don't kill the priest. He could be one of our Taroka cards. Although, I don't think he's a bishop, but maybe that's more like a thematic rather than accurate.
So I'm just gonna leave it on this map here for the Milovich encounter, but I will put the priest out. So he will take you in this direction. All the way back to the Blue Water Inn. And then he's going north.
Just lost myself.
Where are you going, Cora?
Oh no! There you go.
So I had linked Cora to the rat, and that's what happened.
Okay.
I
like,
forgot.
Are you sneakily trying to like
No,
discover more of the town?
no, I was just trying to move
She's looking
things
for books
and
to steal. Give her a break.
I
By the way,
forgot that the rat was the main one.
Bibliokleptomaniac.
You probably would steal another book, maybe.
So the muddy road that leads into the town's northeast quarter is rough and uneven, chilled by a persistent fog that seems to cling to the soaked earth beneath your feet. As you move further from the town's center, the streets narrow and the houses grow grimier and more dilapidated, the smell of damp wood and mildew filling your nostrils. Your path leads you to a leaning, decrepit structure that seems to sag beneath its own weight. Its timbers are rotting, the windows cracked and filthy. At its front, a ramshackle wooden door stands slightly askew in its frame atop a small, mud-splattered porch. The father looks to the group and nods his head towards the house. That is where Milovoj lives with his siblings and his mother.
Just his mother? His father doesn't live there?
Milovoj lost his father not too long ago.
How did he lose him?
His father used to work with the guards, and he was killed in a wolf attack in the south of town.
I'm going to speak with Cora for a moment.
Cora looks up at you.
So we're going to play good cop, bad cop here. You're going to ask the questions. I'm going to make him answer.
I hope I'm going to be the good cop because I suck at bad cop.
I was going to ask how we should do this, and I think that's a great plan.
I will have oh gosh, I can't split them apart. I will have the rat jump over to you and give you guidance on any.
And doesn't Cora have the highest, I assume we're talking perception checks to see if somebody's lying? And I believe Cora probably has the highest perception score.
Is that insight or perception?
Oh, good question.
I mean, my insight is 5 and my perception is 3, so they're pretty
Jesus
good.
Christ.
Wisdom.
Maybe I should also guidance myself.
Perception is 0.
Mine's +5, but my
I think insight is people,
insight
though, right?
is low. Insight
is the truth telling.
Wisdom check decides whether you can determine the intention of a creature, such as when searching out a lie or predicting someone's next move. Oh, and you've got a +5 insight.
Yep.
You're the good cop.
And I'm gonna cast guidance on myself, so when I have to roll it, I'm getting a D4. God damn this thing! I don't know how to link this.
It's okay.
Dave.
Assume that me and the rat also go up there.
Okay.
Okay. That's the house there. You got it.
Oh.
Father Lucian kind of hangs back on the adjacent shoulder of the road here, leaning on his
Whoa.
quarterstaff. And
Oh
watching you.
God. There was just a black hole that appeared on the map.
Cora will kind of glance at Drezek and then the father as if to say, maybe keep an eye on him.
Got him.
Father smiles at Drez.
Mesker bashes father in the head with his hammer.
Father dies.
Would not
and
deprive
turns into
an
a
old
swarm
man
of
a
rats.
stick. Would not
Strahd appears, kills us
deprive
all. Campaign over.
a stick.
Exactly.
Roll new characters. No, Drezek just nods. We'll stay out here. To the father.
And I'm going to knock loudly.
After a few moments after you knock, you hear movement inside and what sounds like footsteps. And then the door groans open, revealing a gaunt, glassy-eyed woman standing on the other side. Her hair is matted with grease, and it hangs in knots across her shoulders. A painted, beaded necklace hangs around her neck, its colors faded and chipped with age. Behind her, a trio of young children wrestle and shout playfully as they roll across a cramped living space stuffed with old, threadbare furniture and an old, stained rug. Two other children, a near-adolescent boy with long, shaggy hair, and a freckled girl of similar age, wearing cracked, oversized spectacles, peer curiously around a pair of overstuffed patchwork armchairs at the sight of you. The woman at the door grunts, her hollow gaze scanning you expectantly.
Hello, ma'am. We have come to talk to Milovich.
We'd like to talk to him outside.
She kind of looks at you guys sort of blankly and then turns to the two adolescent-aged kids who are behind those armchairs. And they kind of look kind of at you, kind of taking stock of you. She kind of grunts at the two kids, and the male, in a very cheerful voice, says,
Milovich is sick, and he doesn't want to talk to anyone today.
We just saw him a little bit ago. What's wrong with him? I'm a healer.
He's fine. He'll be fine later.
He'll be fine later?
He'll be fine. He doesn't want to talk to anyone.
Where is he?
He's inside. Thank you.
So am I.
Cora will look at Mesker and a little bit exasperated. The rat is going to also sneak in the house, even though I can't move it.
So as you try to enter the door, the older woman attempts to close it on you. Kind of a look of shock coming over her face. Roll for athletics or acrobatics in order to, or athletics. I'm gonna say athletics to.
Get.
I meant athletics. It's a strength check.
Well, that's not great.
Yeah. So you firmly plant your boot in the door that's closing, and you have no issue with keeping it from being closed. And the woman looks at you with a grunt. The younger lady, the younger adolescent girl,
Who are you?
she says, sort of, kind of a little bit intimidated by this show of force.
I didn't even have to roll. Get your brother.
And a look of worry kind of streaks her face, and she turns.
Milo, someone wants to speak to you.
And a few moments later, you recognize Milovich exiting what looks to be a swollen wooden door at the back of the room. A 3-year-old male, probably his brother, is giggling sort of atop his shoulders, and Milo's kind of steadying him with his two hands. And then hanging from either bicep are what looks to be twin sisters, and they're kind of giggling and trying to climb him. Like a jungle gym, really. And as he sees you guys, his face sort of pales a bit, and he kind of sets his siblings down, and he walks over to the open door with Mesker and his mother. What's all this about?
Let's take a walk.
We'd like,
Why?
we'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Whatever you can say here.
Cora, can I don't know if it would be a perception check to see if I notice any tears on his gray woolen tunic.
Roll me a perception check.
Gosh, my rolls are shit today.
You don't see anything on the front of his body, but you can't see behind him.
I said, let's take a walk.
I'm not just going to leave here. You're in my house. What is this about?
We have some questions for you about the break-in at the church. We want to determine if you've seen anything. We're trying to make sure that the town stays safe.
I'm sure that the town is safe. It was just a break-in. The father knows more about the church break-in than I do. I'm just a gravedigger.
Father.
Yes, but you're
Get
around
him
the
outside.
church, and we'd like to ask a few questions.
Go ahead and roll me.
I'm asking the priest to ask him to come outside.
I'm gonna let you do that, but I'm also gonna let Cora roll a persuasion check to see if she can persuade him to exit.
Okay, I will guidance myself because my persuasion is not very
Sure.
good.
Yep, go for it.
So 13 plus a 4, so 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's successful, and he finally holds up his hands like he gives up, and he's like, "Fine, fine, fine. Mother, I'll be back in a few moments." And then he kind of exits and closes the door behind him, but he's standing on the front porch, and he has his arms folded in front of him and his back against the closed door. Now, what is this all about? I don't understand what else I can tell you about the break-in that you don't already know.
We saw a mark on the boards where it was broken with a mark that was dirt and rust, and it looks a lot like it matched the shovel outside. Who would have had access to that?
I always leave the shovel outside. Anybody could have used it.
When you were... Do you spend most of your time in the church?
It's either there or I'm at home taking care of my brothers and sisters. As you can see, they're quite a handful.
The other day, the father and... Oh crap, what was the kid's name? His assistant, the altar boy...
Yes, guy.
had a they had a conversation about you had talked to Yeska about what had happened in Barovia and the danger there, and then he talked to the father about something. Did you overhear any of that conversation?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Can
While
I
this
like
is going on, Drezek's examining his feet to see if they generally match the size of the boot print.
I'm going to say that they are in the range of matching what you measured. Yeah, in the range. It's not a specific, like, an exact measurement, but yeah, it's you'd love to get a closer look if you could.
I'm picturing you, like, sneaking up on your hands and knees and, like,
Don't mind me.
stretching the rowboat by his feet as he's standing on the front step.
But, like, in, like, a Looney Tunes where, like, you're using your fingers and your toes to...
Can I do an insight check on the not overhearing the father and
sure.
Yeska say anything?
Yep, give me an insight check.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Are you guiding yourself?
I will guide myself. I don't know if it's gonna help much. Oh, that was as good as it
yeah,
could've
he's lying. He's lying to you.
been.
Quite obviously, in fact.
Cora will indicate that to Mesker.
I will place a gentle hand upon his shoulder and squeeze.
You're very strong.
Was that attraction?
No, it's quite as little as nerves. He's quite impressed with your grip strength.
So we're gonna meet the truth.
We can't help you unless you tell us the truth.
Roll an intimidation check.
Oh, on it. I still got a +4, right? Don't need it. But I'll roll it anyway.
I didn't want it to make it seem like I was suspicious or something, but okay. I overheard Yeska talking to the priest about these silly bones in the crypt. And I didn't mean to scare Yeska, but I heard from people at the Blue Water that Barovia, the village, had been sacked. And I was worried about what could happen here in Valiki.
Did you tell anyone about the bones in the crypt?
No.
Did
Insight check.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll guidance myself too.
Yeah.
Less good.
He doesn't seem to be lying at that point. His eyes keep looking at this giant hand on his shoulder. So he seems like he's giving you the honest truth.
I gently rub his shoulder.
Do you know of anyone else that could have found out that the bones were in the crypt?
I have no idea.
Does he have like?
Are we done here? Have I
We're
not
answered
done.
your questions?
Ask him if he took the bones.
Did you take the bones?
I didn't take the bones. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Why
that's
would
a
I
little
take
bit
the
tighter.
bones?
Oof. Oof.
I mean, I could roll one, but I have a +0.
Yeah, you can't make out whether or not he's being honest or not.
Cora is going to stealthily walk behind him and see if, not stealthily, she's going to walk behind him and see if she notices any
Stealthily.
tears on the back of his tunic.
As you walk, because he has his back against the door, so as you kind of walk to the side, he actually shuffles to face you.
Oh, why are you turning like that?
You're talking to me. It's polite to look at people you're talking to.
He isn't, and I turn him.
Okay, do an are you like forcefully turning him around?
Mm-hmm.
Do an athletics check.
Am I still guided?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I rolled a 2. So
he spins multiple times in
yeah.
place.
Yeah, you spin him so hard that like, you kind of jolt him, and now he's facing the door. Are you keeping him in that position, or are you just spinning?
I'm keeping him in that position.
Yeah, he puts his hands up in the air. I'm so he's not quite sure what's going on. Is it
What
too
does
far
the
away?
priest do
do
when he
we
sees his butt?
Roll me an insight check. No. Are you guys looking at the back of his clothing? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you don't even need a perception check for it. There is a piece of tunic missing on his upper right shoulder. It looks like it had been torn from the clothing. Like there's an actual tear, like a hole.
How did you rip your tunic there?
It's old and threadbare. And he's now kind of actively struggling against Mesker's grip. Unhand me, father, father! And he starts like shouting out to the father.
Did we bring the wool?
I think Drez sees it as evidence.
Drezek yells out and says, Mesker, I think we need to take a look at his feet.
Cora will nod and pull out her piece of paper and put it up against his foot.
Well, we need him sitting, and we need his legs picked up in the air.
Oh, well, I'll carry him over to Drezek.
It's like Cinderella.
Yeah,
No, I kind of meant have him, push him down to the ground so that he's sitting and we can get access to his
Father,
boots.
Father, and he's struggling, and Father Lucian is just standing there with no expression on his face.
Does he look horny?
Can I do an insight
Jesus
check on
Christ.
Father Lucian? Like, just to kind of see what he's thinking right now?
Sure.
Mm.
And while this is happening, Mesker forces
I-
this young boy onto the ground and restrains him.
I didn't roll like shit on the father.
So the father has a look of quiet,
Arousal.
Jesus Christ. The father has a look of like quiet, like I want to use the word dedication, but he seems unmoved by Milivoj's displays and seems to be like willing to see this through. Like obviously you guys are onto something here, and he believes that you guys are doing a perfectly fine job and is letting you carry out the church's business.
He doesn't seem surprised or upset or anything like that, just kind of taking it as it comes, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a note probably of disappointment. Like he's not happy about what's going on, but you don't just see a naive man standing before you. Like there seems to be more to Father Lucian. He's not an idiot, and what needs to happen needs to happen. He doesn't want you guys to kill him, but he certainly is not objecting to this.
So we can pair the foot.
It's a match. The rope and the tracing that you did are like as close as a match as it gets.
Can you explain this?
I don't even know what they're doing to me. Like,
The rip in the back of your tunic matches a piece of fabric that was found on the scene. The shovel matches your shovel. Your foot is a match for the footprints that we found. Can you explain any of this? What were you doing with the bones?
I work in the church. I'm in there. My boots. You probably found my boot prints from me standing in there. I don't know what this. What are you saying?
In the secret chamber for the bones.
I was helping clean up. I probably went down there, and that's where you got.
You did not go down there. You didn't.
I am
What
going
are you
to
saying?
gently press his face into the dirt.
Where are the
That
bones?
doesn't come through, love.
It doesn't come through.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't come
I was
through.
mumbling
Your
into the
noise
dirt.
canceling gets it.
Damn my noise canceling headset. Okay, so you have his face into the dirt. Cora, what did you say?
Where are the bones?
I'm gonna say that with having confronted him with the evidence and the strong show of encouragement from Mesker, that he finally breaks. Okay, he says, kind of struggling against the Mesker, and it's kind of muffled, like as he's trying to talk to you, but can't because his face is full of soil.
I will let his face out of the dirt.
Speak, Milivoj. Tell us the truth, says the father, and he's now gripping his quarterstaff, and his hands are white. His knuckles are white. Okay, I stole the stupid bones. And he sighs.
Why? And what did you do with them?
I sold them. Someone came to me looking to buy the bones, and I sold them for a couple gold pieces. You don't know what it's like. My family, we barely make do every day. It is an absolute miracle that I can keep my brothers and sisters fed. My mother is useless, my father is dead, and a chance to make some money, of course I took it. I stole the stupid bones. They're just bones.
They're not just bones.
Riz.
Who did you sell them to?
He sighs deeply. I sold them to Henrik.
Mhm. I'm going to stand him up.
Push him off.
Why did Henrik want them?
He told me a few days ago that the bones belonged to an ancestor of him, and that they belonged with him and not with the church. And so I, I did it. He gave me money, and it seemed like they belonged with him anyways. If it is part of his family, so I did it. It's no big deal. They're just bones. Why, why all this hustle and bustle for a pair of old dusty bones?
They're not just bones.
I mean, I handled them. They looked like bones to me.
They're a sacred relic that we're protecting this town and the church.
I don't believe that. That's ridiculous.
Can you see magic? Do you have any magical ability?
He kind of shrugs his shoulder, and that sort of the cockiness of youth you can see is on full display.
Yeah, I didn't think so. When did you give them to Henrik?
I gave them to Henrik as soon as I took them last night. Probably early this morning.
Where does Henrik live?
He lives at the Aritek stockyard to the south of town.
I'm gonna have to kill somebody today.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yep.
You see a growing damp spot start to form on Milivoj's pants.
Oh, not you. Not you.
Okay, can I
You-
go now?
You need to help us get the bones back.
I can't leave my brothers and sisters alone.
You're gonna leave them if you're in jail.
I can't go to jail. Who's gonna feed my brothers and sisters? I am not going to go with you. I will tell you where Henrik is. I will tell you everything you need to know, but I cannot leave my brothers and sisters.
I mean, he's kind of right. There's no way we can protect him. He'll just die. We all know where this is going.
I mean, he'll probably
Drezek
die in
looks at
jail
at
anyway.
the priest and says, "What do you want us to do with this guy?"
And throughout all of this, Drez, you recognize that the father hasn't taken his eyes off of Milivoj since you guys have started talking to him. And then he kind of says softly,
Release him. Let him tend to his siblings, and we will look into Henrik.
Does anybody else have anything? Can think of anything else we can ask him?
Do you guys have any raw meat?
Do you still have that dream pie, Cora? You could get rid of it now.
I think we all. I think we
I
all
don't know.
have one.
Yeah.
He'd probably share it with his siblings.
No. I mean for the mom.
Oh.
Because.
So the mom, did something look like? Did she look like she was hurt or damaged or like?
She just looked out of it. She looked high, actually. Just to use a word, she looked high.
Healing doesn't do much to habitual drug use. Cora will say.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Well,
We need to go to the coffin place.
Coffin maker shop? You guys are all done here?
Sounded
Think
like
so.
you said coffee maker.
I guess it kind of does. Okay,
so
stand
it's in
by.
the south. If I see the toy shop on the way, I'm gonna pop in with my pouch of gold.
The good father is leading the way.
Motherfucker's fast.
He's pretty spry for an old guy.
Sorry.
Cora's like, wait, my legs are little.
You
I
can
have
hop
a
up on my back.
I have a slow
Hear you.
movement speed. I don't see Blinsky's toys on the way.
Nope.
Blinsky's is like south. This is like southeast.
Can we do
He's
a quick little break?
Yep, as soon as we get to here, which is where you guys are at, I'm going to go ahead and make this known. There you go. You have made it to the Coffin Maker's shop. We're going to take a quick 10-15 minute break, and we will come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the dog out.
Okay.
I'm back.
I'm back, by the way.
I am also back.
Welcome back.
You do such a
Welcome
great
back.
job. You do such a great job with this, Crane.
Oh, thanks, Iris. I appreciate that. I'm having a lot of fun. I love DMing for you guys. I don't know what it is, but you guys just do such a great job as players, and so it's a good vibe, and I really appreciate you guys.
We passed the vibe check.
You passed the insight/vibe check.
So have we made like dramatically different decisions from the other party, or are we pretty much staying on the same course?
Yeah, there's been some changes. Yeah, there's some differences for sure. I'm gonna kick you guys out of here while I set up the next scene, just because I just need to make sure that there isn't any of the issues. And I'll reshare the next link here in a moment.
I think I would get confused with running two campaigns that have the potential to be the same, but also have the potential to veer off in different directions. I think that would confuse the shit out of me.
Yeah, it requires. I mean, I have a good memory, um, so I find that I am able to keep track of things so far. I'm hoping that that continues.
If it were me, I think I'd have to run it more like two parties in the same world that could fuck shit up for each other, rather than two parties encountering the same thing, if that makes sense.
That's an interesting idea, actually, to have like a one world happening at the same time, and then the players sort of like maybe you'll meet up with the other player group. I don't know. Like maybe you'll see what they've done. That's
Maybe
actually an
you'll be
interesting idea.
friends. Maybe you won't be.
Yeah. Or they'll torch a town, and then like you go to the town and another group and they'll be like, yeah, there's remnants of a torched town. It's the other player group. That's kind of neat.
I think it'd be really fun to do that, but
Ben would think that was super cool.
we
Yeah,
would
Ben would
have to
like that.
have, multiple groups.
Okay. I'm going to.
Can you imagine, like, if your group showed up to a town that had been torched by 5 or 6 people, like you'd immediately assume they were villains,
Right?
and then you'd probably start like hunting.
Wouldn't that be funny?
The final boss showdown could be the 2 parties.
Yep, you get the 2 parties together for the first time.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Rent a conference room.
Like, that sounds really fun.
Castle. I saw a group of D&D players rented like a castle for a D&D weekend.
That would be neat.
That sounds expensive.
Yeah. I mean, if it's an entire castle and you have like a group of 10 people, it's not. Yeah.
I think playing D&D with 10 people sounds really hard. I know there are some big groups out there, but everybody wouldn't get to do much. And then like combat would take combat might be over before you get your turn.
The link, Alba radio link, has been reset. You guys can rejoin.
Be like playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Lae'zel. If she ever had initiative, I'm like, well, nobody else is going to get to do anything. Because everything will be dead before she's done with her turn.
We're just waiting on Dave.
You'll join the room when the owner accepts the request.
Oh, sorry. Mule? Cora? I don't know who Mule is.
Me. I don't know why it's making me Mule.
Bone
I mean, you
Devil?
can retype your name.
Yeah.
Bone Devil.
Giant weasel.
And a giant weasel. That's great, guys.
That's-
I'm going to be able
don't
to
even
easily
change that
track.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's green. I'll know that's Elanil. So,
Yeah.
all right. It's funny. So before you get into the map here, that's just to set up for the next scene. But give me a second here. So Father Lucian leads you through the streets of Valiki. It is still morning. It's probably mid-morning. And into a part of the town that's called the Arasek Stockyard. This large stockyard has several locked sheds along its periphery, and it lies adjacent to a roomy warehouse. A wooden sign above the front gate reads Arasek Stockyard. Parked at the south end of the stockyard is a sturdy carnival wagon, its colorful paint peeling off. However, there's a brightly painted part of the wagon. It's a sign and has lettering spelling out the words Rictavio's Carnival of Wonders. There's a heavy padlock securing the back door of this wagon shut.
That was in your video.
Correct. Father Lucian walks by the wagon towards an adjacent building nearby, within stone's throw of the wagon, and there's a sign hanging at the front of this building, and it's kind of like swinging slowly in the breeze, and it says there's actually a graphic of like a coffin on the sign. It's very clearly this is the coffin maker's shop.
Okay, so just to kind of recap, there's carnival wagon that's labeled as Rictavio's that's padlocked shut. There's a sign for the coffin maker's hut, and we're just in the Arisk Stockyard?
It's called Arasek Stockyard. Arasek. And it's sort of like an industrial part of town. There's like not a lot of people around. People who are here are obviously here on business, or they're picking something up, or they're tradespeople. There's like warehouses here. There's like old like wooden fabricated like cranes and hoists, and there's places where wagons can pull up and offload their supplies. It's kind of a working area of the town, but pretty sparsely populated. There's not a lot of foot traffic here.
So normally stockyards are like, cattle and pigs and animal stock. Is there any of that?
If there is, you're not seeing anything jump out at you. Not on this part of
Not
it.
getting attacked by any mad cows.
No, there's no mad cows leaping out at you.
Okay.
Any giant weasels?
There's one, and it
Just
has
one.
pointed ears.
Roll for initiative.
So the coffin shop itself is uninviting, 2 stories tall, and has a sign shaped like a coffin above the front door. All of the window shutters of this shop are closed up tight, and there's a deathly silence that kind of permeates the establishment.
Well, I guess we should check it out. It's like straight ahead of us.
Straight ahead you.
Are there any windows to peer into?
There are some windows, and
I feel like
they're the shutters are like slats, so you can kind of see through them. And behind the shutters, you can see iron bars that are like clearly locking the place up tight.
Why would a
I'll
coffin maker need iron bars in his windows?
look at the father and say, "Do you know why he has this place so protected?"
I don't know. The Erisik stockyard can be kind of a rough neighborhood sometimes.
maybe to protect the bodies against pre-grave robbers. I don't know.
Do the bodies go to the coffin maker's shop?
I don't.
No, we usually keep them at the church. Henrik is kind of an eccentric old man, but reliable.
Drezek shrugs. Just says, Mesker, you want to see if anybody's home?
Do you know anything about him, Father? Any reason he might have to steal such things?
No, I've been musing this on the way over. I have no idea why he would do such a thing. Lives alone. He's single. Older man like me. We grew up together. No idea. Like I said, he's eccentric.
Knocks loudly on the door.
There is no answer.
Is the door open?
The door is closed.
I mean, unlocked?
Do you want to try the door?
Yes.
The door is locked.
Hmm. I know what my thoughts are thinking.
Are there
We'll
any
start looking
openings
through the windows.
that through the shutters or that Gray could slip through?
The shutter, it's tight. Yeah, the windows are closed. They have glass panes, iron bars, and then these wooden shutters that have these little slats. So there's no way for Gray to slip through. It's pretty sealed up shut.
Does the foundation, like around the foundation, like does it look like there's any sort of cracks or damage where a mouse could slip through?
No, for a house that's owned by a carpenter, it's in pretty good condition.
Drezek looks back at Cora and says, how bad do we want to get in?
Well, we need to get those bones back, don't we?
I'm going to go check out the lock.
I will, Gray will hop over in guidance.
Yeah, there is a keyhole, like presumably a lock you could pick.
Mm-hmm. I will pick it.
Give me a thieves tool check. The lock snicks open successfully.
Drezek steps back and what's Mesker take the lead?
Of course.
The door does not open. Get back out of there.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said it snicked open.
Yeah. The door does not open.
It's still stuck closed even though the lock is out.
Or it's
open.
barred from the inside.
Cora's gonna just kind of take a stroll around the building.
Does the door open to the inside or outside?
I mean, it doesn't move. Pulling it open doesn't seem to pull it open. It seems like it's barred. It's not moving. That door is also closed.
What kind of authority does the church have in this town?
We are not the authorities, if that's what you mean. What are you asking?
I'm thinking about breaking that door down.
Do you want me to turn around?
I just want to know if there were trouble from me breaking down that door. Would the church back me because of a holy relic that was stolen?
I think that both of us would be in trouble if the Baron were to see you kicking in that door, so maybe don't get caught, eh?
If we stand like over here, can we, or even on the far side, can we see anything across, like blocking the door?
Yeah, so from that angle there, you see what looks to be a pretty sturdy piece of timber that is hanging in two iron brackets on either side of the door, keeping it shut. If you're over here.
Carpenter built. Probably pretty
Does
sturdy.
it look like the sturdy iron timber weighs more than 10 pounds?
It probably weighs about 10 pounds.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand.
Okay. Where are you casting?
It's within 30 feet, so I'll just cast it so it appears inside.
A spectral skeletal hand materializes into thin air inside.
I forgot about the skeletal part.
Inside of this shop. You can see it through sort of the slats and the ruddy-looking, sort of greasy panes of glass. It's just kind of hanging there, just sort of levitating, waiting for your command.
Cora kind of shudders, like I can't get used to that. The hand picks up the bar.
Yep, the hand floats over and lifts the bar, and it tumbles down to the floor with not a crack, but certainly a loud noise.
Can I now open the door?
The door opens.
Ta-da! Ta-da!
I'm pretty sure I should be saying that.
So you
intimidated the door open.
You enter the coffin shop. You enter what looks to be almost like a gallery of sorts. Like it's there's a bunch of coffins that have been kind of fabricated up, and they're ready to go. There's some tool kind of milling about, but for the most part, this looks like a show place. Like this is where you would come in and like choose a coffin, or where he stores the coffins that are kind of ready to roll out there to the church.
This one has velvet.
That one indeed has a very luxurious sort of red cloth on the inside and padded with straw.
All the coffins appear to be empty.
Most of them are closed.
Are they like nailed closed or just closed?
They're not nailed closed, no. Not that you can see.
Cora will suggest we open them up and just double check there's no bones. That would be too easy, but doesn't hurt to look.
Sure. Yeah. If you take your time going through all the coffins, they are all empty.
Door here?
There is a door there.
What's on these walls? There's also doors?
Yeah, so there's a door here, and there's a door here, and there's a door here.
Door number 1, 2, or 3, guys.
I try this door.
It opens. You can go on through.
Where's the da-da?
Ta-da!
Looks like a dining room of sorts. It's sort of like a living space. Yeah. Pretty sparsely furnished.
How's the what's the priest doing as we're doing this? Is he
He's following you.
He's not. Doesn't look uncomfortable at all.
He's
Uh,
taking part in breaking and entering.
he
Yeah,
looks
it's just
he looks alert. He's looking around. He's
okay.
looking.
Good.
He's a member of your party for all intents and purposes. He's looking around.
Okay.
Is
He's
Arena
keeping a
still with
sharp
us,
eye.
or she stayed at the church?
He's
Arena's
We
at the
told her to
church.
stay at the church. Yeah.
Well, there's another door over here, Mesker.
I try this door.
It opens. You enter what looks to be a workshop. There's saws, planes, wooden mallets. There's tools sort of spread out. There's sawdust and wood shavings on the floor. This looks to be where someone would, make these coffins.
Holy shit, guys! Look, a +3 sledgehammer.
Silver.
Adamantine, wow.
Wow, a holy relic that we just happened to be looking for. What's anything on the table in the corner?
Looks like
Or either of the tables.
some plans that were drawn up, maybe like a workshop that he's looking at building, like an addition to the shop itself, and
Coffin Mark III.
some charcoal. Yeah, nothing remarkable.
Can I just do like kind of a perception check over the shop and this does it look like there's dust? Does it look like somebody's been here recently? Just the state of everything.
Roll me a perception check.
It's a wood shop.
It looks like a carpenter's workshop. This is something that he spends a lot of time in. There's not a lot of dust other than like wood dust, sawdust. This is where he does most of his work, and it's well used.
Well,
Let's
try
go
the last door?
downstairs.
Are you guys trying to be quiet now, or are you just walking about?
I am not known for silence.
I'd say we're probably walking about.
Drez, I don't think that's how you get downstairs.
That's the wall. It's the other side, the door.
Oh,
Yeah, so this is a
looked like-
wall. Yeah, and there's a door here.
oh, this looked like the up, and this looked like the down.
So this is one. If you open this door, it would lead to a single set of stairs that's heading up in this direction here.
Got
Okay,
it.
I'm going to try this door.
It is unlocked.
Do I step on a trap?
You do not.
We go up.
All right, here we go.
Okay. Stand by one. Do you see?
It's just gray.
Try to reload. Oh, now we can
Oh.
see.
I see
Okay,
it.
stand by while I start populating you people in.
You people.
You people.
It's because I'm black, isn't it?
My rat's not a people.
Your rat is a rat.
The father.
It sounded kind of mean, isn't it? Didn't it? Gonna give you guys some vision here. Okay. And
Which door, guys?
You pick.
Let me know when you're ready, Dave.
I am ready. I need you guys to roll a perception check for me, please. All of you.
Passive?
God.
Nope. Just give me perception rolls, please. But
Holy shit.
God.
Actually
rolled.
had a good roll.
Drez and Elanil, you hear noises coming from this room here. It sounds like a rhythmic sort of chopping sound, like a.
Motion for Mesker to hold up. And motion for everybody to be quiet.
Are you gonna put your ear against the door?
My big pointy elf ear.
Sweet.
Are you moving up to the door?
Mm-hmm.
Your character up to the door. Are you gonna actively listen?
Yes.
Okay. You hear what sounds like a knife on a wooden surface, just a rhythmic sort of slicing, chopping sort of
Like
sound.
whittling?
No, it almost sounds like someone is chopping something up on a wooden surface, maybe like a chopping board or a cutting board. You hear like a chop 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 sound.
Sounds like carrots.
Could be
I-
carrots, could be some kind of root vegetable, it could be something else.
Could be somebody's a body part.
Could be Dexter in there, Dexter Morgan.
Isn't here.
That's true. Monk isn't here to enjoy that joke.
I've never seen Dexter. I tell everybody what I hear, and kind of shrug, like, "What are we gonna do?"
That's.
The kitchen
So
was
weird.
upstairs.
I was gonna say the kitchen was downstairs, so that's kind of a weird noise.
Was not a
Was
kitchen.
the kitchen downstairs, or the wood shop
No.
was downstairs?
Hey, there was a dining room and there was a workshop. There's no kitchen.
Oh,
downstairs.
okay. I thought it was the kitchen.
Okay.
So he has to carry
misunderstood.
his meals downstairs? No wonder he stole the bones.
Well, it's kind of a. He really does need that addition.
Yeah.
Is there any? Is the door just solid? Is it? I mean, are there cracks in it? Is there a keyhole? Is there anything?
No, it's just like a normal interior door.
Are we trying to confront him, or are we looking for the bones? Like, obviously someone is in there, so do we want to go towards or away from the person?
We all know what my vote is.
I'm with the big guy.
I think we end up confronting him either way. It's just whether we think we can maybe sneak around and get a better vantage, or just burst through the door.
I mean, element of surprise. Burst through the door. I ready my. What do I have? I ready my glaive, I guess.
Okay.
I ready my glaive.
So we're doing this door.
The one you hear the sound from.
I am
Yeah.
trying the door.
The door is unlocked. Are you opening it and walking in?
Yep.
You see Henrik, you recognize him from the church, and he is standing in front of a chopping board with a knife in his hand, and he is chopping up what looks to be some kind of gray, beigey looking root vegetable. He doesn't.
So not
doesn't,
meat.
Not meat. He's turning away from you. He doesn't hear you.
Wow, he's deaf as shit.
Right. Do your thing.
He's been running a table saw all day. His ears are shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure ear protection is a thing in D&D.
Or table saws.
Do I see two tiny bones lying anywhere in the room?
You don't. You see some vegetables, and you see like a half-eaten little dream pastry over here, and some what looks to be like maybe old dinner from the night before. There's some like flies kind of buzzing above it. He didn't finish it, and that's it. It's just this is his kitchen. Clearly a kitchen of a single older man.
Didn't even take his food up to the dining room or down to the dining room.
Chop, 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 chop. As you're watching him chop vegetables, he occasionally will look up and sort of kind of pause for a moment and like look as if he's listening for something, and then looks satisfied and goes back to chopping.
Reach out and tap him on the shoulder with my glaive.
Do you want to do that?
Well, are we going to surprise him, or is somebody going to like clear their throat, or what are we doing?
I'm going to sit in this chair.
I'm going to stand behind him.
Cora
Bullseye.
will sit in the chair, and Gray will start eating some of last night's dinner.
Okay.
I am going to put my feet on the table.
How high is his perception? 'Cause it seems to
So-
be pretty bad.
So as you do that, as you put the feet on the table, Henrik drops the knife onto the cutting board as if startled, and he turns, and he looks like terrified, but relieved when he sees you. Kind of an odd sort of sorry, I'm just doing that. Kind of an odd reaction. You think there's a glimmer of, well, that doesn't seem kind of natural, but then as he sees you, he lowers his voice to a whisper, and he goes, "What? Who are you? What are you doing here?"
We're gonna need those bones.
You need to leave right now.
And he's looking over. Is that coming through the mic?
Mhm.
Yes.
And he's looking over to his left, and then back at you.
Get out of my shop right now.
What's in there?
We're gonna need those bones.
You don't understand. You need to leave right now.
Going to place a gentle hand upon his shoulder.
And
Squeeze.
and
Possibly break his shoulder. I don't know how old he is.
he looks like he's in his late 50s.
Well, at least it won't break then. I'm going to give him enough pain to realize that I'm quite serious.
And he sighs kind of deeply as you're doing this, and he takes a moment to look from Mesker to Elanil to the father, and his kind of expression drops as he sees the father, to Drezek, to Cora, to the rat eating his dinner from last night on the table, and his voice drops to an even lower whisper.
Okay. I have the bones. This
That's what she said.
situation is more complicated than you understand. You are in danger right now. You need
Explain it.
You need to leave.
We're
Explain it
always in
quickly.
danger.
And he looks over to the left again.
That door?
He's looking in this direction. He's looking in this direction here. Like he's like listening
Oh,
through
okay.
the walls.
Man, we could have taken care of that if I'd just gone through the door I wanted to go through.
Why
What
do
are
we
you
need
so
to
scared
leave?
of if it's not us in the room?
I didn't steal the bones because I wanted them. They came to me a number of days ago, and they told me that they would kill me and everybody that I knew if I did not get the bones for them. I
Who?
have the bones. They're in the back room, but that doesn't solve the problem of some uninvited guests who I hope, against hope, that they do not hear you.
Who?
Violenta.
And he says it, and it almost hurts him as he says it. And he kind of flinches.
Violenta. She calls herself his bride.
I'm just standing at the other door now.
Violenta?
Violenta. Violenta.
She came here 5 days ago, her and 2 others, and they've been sleeping in the other room. Hibernating, I don't know what the fuck they call it, but they've been here waiting. I took the bones. I have the bones now in my room, and they wait. They sleep during the day, and they become awake at night, and I hear them talking, and pacing and chattering and
Talking about what?
they're talking about some kind of event or feast that's coming up. And with the bones now in my possession, they seem to be waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for, but something's about to happen. Something terrible.
Where are the bones?
He just gestures wordlessly over his shoulder in this direction.
Oh, there? Okay.
Can we deal with 3? That's a lot.
Can we even damage a vampire?
I was gonna say, you're the only one with silver weapons, and there are 3 of them.
I don't. I thought silver was just for lycanthropes.
Garlic?
What was that?
From the books we've read from Rictavia, or sorry, the author. Let's not presume. Do we know what it would take to harm a vampire or not? I can't remember.
Me neither. Just 1 second. Wooden stakes through the heart will paralyze them as they sleep.
I mean, if they're sleeping, that might
well,
be
it's
a good.
daytime.
Oh, if there's, it's not daytime in Barovia though. Like it's never daylight. It's daytime, but there's no sunlight,
Oh.
right?
But he
Well,
said.
he did say they sleep during the day.
Are they sleeping? I'll ask him that directly.
He kind of shrugs his shoulders. I assume they're quieter during the day and more active at night. They brought with them soil, strange soil, and they filled some of my coffins with the soil, and they, I don't know, rest inside of them during the day. I don't know how they work. He almost doesn't want to say the word vampire.
They do. It does say they must return to their coffins or graves to rest by day. But they recoil from the sight of holy symbols, and wooden stake through the heart will paralyze them as they sleep.
All right, so
Running.
we could sneak
running-
in. We could stake their heart. I'm
Stab
sure we
them.
can get big wooden stakes because we're in a freaking carpenter's shop. And if they wake up, we've got Cora's holy symbol.
But I mean, they're just paralyzed if we stake them. What do we do then?
Chop their heads off.
Zombies. It says sunlight and running water can end their cursed existence.
Is there a river
Or-
nearby?
Is there running water nearby? DM, is there running water nearby?
Have we seen a river or
Lake.
creek?
The last
A
the last
lake.
water that you saw was Lake Zarovich, but it's a lake.
So no.
And the only river that you would have seen would have been I can't remember what the river is called, but it's way back at like the Sand
That's way
Dunes.
back with the Revenant, right?
Oh, that's right.
Cool.
Yeah, well, that would count too. But that's about half a day's walk.
Yeah. Cora, can you call sunlight? Like
I don't
as
know. I'm
part-
looking at my spells.
Can't we
As
just chop their
part-
heads off?
They shrug off grievous wounds.
I think that means they'll regrow a head. I can utter a divine word and burning radiance erupts, but I don't know that that's sunlight.
Why don't we get the bones and see if we can? Well, if we get the bones and sneak out, then these vampires are gonna wreak havoc on this dude and everybody he knows.
I mean, we have to stake him. The question is, what do we do once we stake him? I'd rather have a plan for
If
that.
we stake them, they're paralyzed. So
Can we drag him out in the sunlight?
There's no sunlight in Barovia. Right?
I guess not.
Have we seen sunlight?
No. You've never seen this. You haven't seen the sun since you got here several days ago. And not to point out the obvious, but recall your conversation with Strahd. What time of day was it?
No, that's true.
But if they're paralyzed, they can't do anything, right? So like we could paralyze
Yeah,
them and
but I think
then board them into the caskets that they're in and take their dirt out so they're not like getting restful sleep while they're in there.
Can you burn a
Okay.
vampire?
No, that doesn't work.
It doesn't say that you can. It just says sunlight or moving water.
How much moving water do you think?
Could we pee on him?
Start throwing drops of water on them.
No, I was gonna say, is 10 gallons enough? Because tomorrow I could change it to create or destroy water. We could just make a little loop of 10 gallons of water. I'm reading through my possible
You wouldn't need
spells.
to create it. Wait, do we have holy water? Does holy water kill them?
I could make holy water.
Does holy water? It doesn't say anything about holy water. It just says running water.
I mean, running holy water's got to be better than.
I am doing my very best not to metagame here.
So are we? So hold on. The stake through the heart paralyzed thing.
Yes.
That doesn't. We're sure that doesn't kill him.
No,
does
it
not
just
kill
says paralyze them.
I've never heard that.
Dave, can I metagame?
God.
Nope.
Fuck.
What did you metagame without metagaming?
Yeah, be creative, bro.
We don't have that information though.
I say we get the bones first, and then decide what to do with the vampires. They're going to be resting for a while. It's still morning, so we've got some time.
Well,
I mean, I think if we're gonna stake them, we might as well get it done. Actually, can I roll a?
I've got some wood.
Can I roll an insight check on the coffin maker, just to see, like, does he seem like he's on the up and up with this? He's not
Sure.
secretly working with them or anything?
Sure. Roll me an insight check.
God, I'm rolling like garbage.
Yeah, based on what he's telling you, the fear in his voice is real. He is terrified, and it looks like he's been under a lot of stress the past few days, and it's been very cumulative. Like he's under a tremendous amount of anxiety.
I give him some hydroxyzine.
I say
I
we
don't even know
stake
what
them.
that is. All right, I'm off for staking them.
I mean, we don't really have a better option. I don't think we can leave them.
Stop saying steak!
The only problem is, like, the one we're not supposed to talk about finds out we've been staking as brides or whatever. He's probably gonna be unhappy.
Gotta be dealt with though.
I quietly asked the woodkeeper. I said, "Do you have any? We need 3 wooden stakes." What did I say? Innkeeper, carpenter,
You said woodkeeper.
woodkeeper.
Henrik,
That's like
the
an
keeper
innkeeper
of the
that
wood.
also makes cabinets. He's a woodkeeper, keeper of the
carpenter.
wood.
Yeah, keeper of the wood.
Keeper of the wood.
Yeah, I mean, like he would. I don't really have stakes, but it wouldn't be terribly hard to whittle some. It would probably take me a few minutes. I don't know.
Do it.
Make us
I'd have
3
to do it.
stakes and show us where the bones are.
I can show you where the bones are, and then I can go downstairs and get you some stakes.
Do it quietly.
And so he walks into this room here. You can follow him.
I
if you
follow
want.
him. Yep.
And then without moving any closer, he points towards this wardrobe here. The bones are in there. There's a hidden compartment.
Get them.
Get. You want me to get them?
Yes.
Okay. I don't. I saw them put them in there, but I haven't opened the compartment since. So he walks over.
Hold on.
And he
I walk over. Give me run a perception check to check for traps.
roll me an investigation check.
Oh, you sure?
I will come over and help investigate it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to roll a perception check, you can roll a perception check. But traps are usually that's usually like if you're investigating something. But go ahead, roll me a perception. You see a wardrobe. The doors look like they open in the front, and the doors are currently closed. It's sort of like an armoire situation. You don't see anything outside that would indicate to you that there's a trap or a trap wire on the doors themselves.
You said that oddly. Now I'm metagaming. Yeah, I tell the carpenter, open it up.
He opens the doors. Inside, you see a vacant wardrobe. There's nothing there. It's just smooth wood paneling, and that's it. There's a hidden compartment. And then he points towards what looks to be like a piece of doweling sticking out of the side. He's like, I made this many years ago. It's where I kept my life savings, but after I showed it to them, they're the ones that put the bones in, and I've been kind of guarding it ever since.
Is it trapped?
He kind of shrugs his shoulder. I don't know. I don't know what your trap even looks like.
I'll check the sorry, I keep losing my character sheet here. I'll check that part of the wardrobe for traps as well.
Okay, roll me an investigation check. You don't see anything unusual.
Tell him to open it.
Okay, he reaches over and he looks like he twists the doweling, and you can hear a snick inside as the compartment sort of falls open, and you see what looks to be a burlap sort of sack kind of resting inside a false bottom in the wardrobe. But at the same time, another false ceiling drops open, and almost simultaneously, what looks to be like a toy or like a puppet drops from the top of the wardrobe itself, and it's like to describe the puppet, it's a macabre-looking, like clown-like figure. It's made out of like wood, and it's got little tiny gears and cogs on it, and it has two little symbols in its hands, and it's wearing what looks like a painted purple jester's hat, and it starts to crash these two symbols together, bang, 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 over and over and over and over and over again. And Henrik, the look on his face, the blood just drains from his face, and you hear what sounds to be like movement and banging and crashing coming from this part of the shop.
Well, shit.
Well, shit. Well, I grab the bones. How big is this burlap bag?
It's probably the size of like a kid's like backpack,
Okay.
like a child's backpack.
Yeah.
Dave, is there a visible holy symbol on the priest?
Yes, there is a symbol of the Morning Lord hanging on his chest.
It is now in my hand.
Are you taking it from him?
I am.
Okay.
And I am holding it towards the door.
Okay. All right. At about
Do I have a
this
place
time,
I can stow these bones?
Yeah, you could probably stow it like in your inventory if you'd like.
Okay.
So at about this time, as you grab the holy symbol off the priest's chests, Lucian looks down and kind of looks aghast as you do this, the source of his spell casting having been taken from him, and the door bursts. The door bursts open, and there, standing in front of you, is a almost horrific looking creature. She's standing about 6 feet, 5'11", 5'12". She's wearing an elegant looking gown, and there's a mask on her face made of bone, and what looks to be these ornamental golden brass looking horns coming out of the sides of her head. And you can see dead looking eyes staring at you, and she kind of quirks and tilts her head at a 45-degree angle and looks at you, and this big smile sort of spreads across her face in a very sort of Joker-esque fashion, and this rasping, sweet, seductive voice comes from within. It looks like we have some toys to play with, and I need you all to roll for initiative. What?
Come on, guys.
Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, Mesker, nice roll though.
I'm gonna die. Okay.
So, question for you. It is 12:44 here, 11:44 Eastern, 10:44 Central. We can do this combat encounter and keep going, or we can pause and resume on our next session. I'm going to let you guys decide what you want to do.
Yeah, I think we should let Mesker live in.
Yeah. Do we want our campaign
uh,
to end tonight or in the next session?
I mean, I'd rather just get our TPK over with personally, but it's up to you guys.
I'll keep going.
Yeah. Okay.
That way we know if we need to make new characters.
The initiative didn't preload, unfortunately. So 11. Is it 11 for Drez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cora is 6. Mesker is 27. My goodness.
That's absurd.
So you still have the Father's holy symbol in your hands, I take it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She's looking at it like it's amusing to her. Just sees this brass plate.
I hand it back.
Is that your action?
Maybe she's not a
Cast your
vampire.
fucking spells.
Yeah, she looks like a vampire.
Are you giving it back? Is that your action?
No.
Okay, I won't let you use an action for that. I'll let you give it back to him as a free action. How's that sound?
Okay, I'll toss it to him.
Okay.
He'll drop it because he's terrified.
You should have staked him.
so hard, guys. Like, he should have fucking staked them.
So it's your turn, Mesker. You're first.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Can we just like set the doorway on fire and run away?
We could disengage.
I was thinking there are some windows against the back here. We could jump.
Mm-hmm.
Although I think there's bars.
So he's like. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make an attack on bitch face there.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
Fuck. Nope, that was the wrong one. Sorry. Ow. My chest just really hurt. $17.
17 is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. It's not coming through the log here.
What do you mean?
It is for me.
I have the
Yes, it
initiative
is.
roll from.
Yeah, he's talking about the encounter log, right?
No, the game log, I'm not seeing your
Oh, I'm
initiative
seeing
rolls. Or, okay, weird. Maybe it's just... Let me refresh.
So-
Let's do that.
Dave, I'm making that a goading attack.
Okay. Just because it's been a little while, why don't you recall what that does?
So when I hit with a melee attack, weapon attack, and I expend 1 superiority die, add the total damage roll to the target must make a wisdom saving throw of DC 13 on failure. The target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than me.
Okay. And is it DC what, sorry?
13.
13? Okay, that's a fail. So she's been successfully goaded. And she takes 5 damage from you.
Yep. I am now going to action surge and attack again.
Okay.
I missed. I am now going to stand here and wait to die.
Okay. It is Violenta's turn. And she is going to multi-attack with her daggers.
God damn it.
Armor class is 16, Dave.
Thank you. It's a 26.
Nice. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a hit.
You take 8 damage on the first one.
8 damage from a freaking dagger?
Yep. And that's a critical miss on the second one. And as she's swinging out with these daggers, they're fast, Mesker. Like, you haven't seen this type of dexterity, this type of swiftness before in all of your campaigns. I assume you've never fought a vampire before?
Yep.
No, yeah, this is fast. It's
I've taunted one.
Yes, you have. It sort of takes you by surprise, and you look down and you see that your arm is this gash in its side before you even recognize that it came from her. And she looks at you and smiles. The blood kind of coming from the corner of her mouth from where you hit her with your sledge. She kind of wipes it off with the back of her hand and then licks the rest of it. And she says, "You must be our Lord's new toys." And I'm going to...
Did the hit do damage?
To her?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did 5
Five.
damage.
5
Okay.
whole damage.
Oh, fuck.
I have a bludgeoning weapon.
And it is now Vampire Spawn A's turn. You can see, Mesker, a glimpse of her through like the open door, and it's a young-looking female in her 20s, very beautiful, but clearly dead. And she leaps onto the wall and then spider climbs her way up, around, and through the opening, and then back down, sort of in front of you.
Hey, baby.
And she's going to swing with your claws.
With my claws?
With her claws, sorry, for a 24.
Yeah, well, that's a hit.
You take 6 damage. And she's going to swing at you with her other claw. It's a 17 for a hit.
Jesus Christ,
You take
dude.
6 more damage. And then it is now Vampire Spawn B's turn, and he hisses with distaste. "Get out of my way, I am hungry." And he obviously can't spider climb his way out from where he is. It's just too jam-packed in there.
Loser.
Therese, it's your turn.
Drez
I'm gonna
climbs out
move-
the window.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna go right to this area of the table. Do I have line of sight on her now?
You have line of sight, yes.
I'm gonna make a hand crossbow attack.
Okay. With what?
Hand crossbow.
Okay. Are you using normal bolts or are you using silvered bolts?
Oh, I've got my silvered bolts loaded up.
Okay.
Thank God.
23.
That is a hit.
8 damage.
Okay.
And for my
She takes 4
bonus
damage.
action, she takes 4. Okay. For
She
my
takes 4
bonus
damage.
action, I'm going to. Do I have a silver dagger? I don't think I do. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure I don't. Dagger, 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 dagger. I do not have a silver. So for my bonus action, I'm just going to use cunning action and move again to behind the priest.
Okay.
So I dashed for my cunning action.
Okay. It is
That's
now Elanil's turn.
I don't have any silver. So.
I'll just point out that Drez did shoot a silvered bolt that did 8 damage, and it did 4 damage.
Okay. Going to. I already have my glaive out, so I'm going to attack the vampire spawn A.
Okay, go ahead and roll for me. That's a miss.
Going to. That's with the butt of my glaive. It's a 21.
Okay, and go ahead and roll damage.
Five.
5. Okay, so that does 3 damage to Vampire Spawn A. Is Finraf still on the roof? Watching for Rictavio?
Yeah, he was supposed to tell me if Rictavio went anywhere.
Do you want to recall him?
Has he been watching Rictavio?
A person looking like Rictavio has not left the inn since you posted him there.
Okay, I'll recall him.
Okay.
'Cause
So you can send sort of a message to him to
obviously Rictavio changed how he looked and stuck by.
Tell me what that looks like. Recalling him. Like, how are you transmitting that message to him?
I was just gonna say that. I didn't want to make jokes while we're about to die.
Yeah. I'll send him like the travel instructions to get to where we are, and send him a picture of where we are upstairs.
Okay.
And also scary vampire lady.
Okay. You get a palpable sense of concern coming from Vinrath.
Yeah, I'm concerned too.
And you feel the bond with him grow stronger as he takes flight. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Cora, you're up.
Marigold!
Okay, I can move 15 feet. So I moved there.
Halfling in heavy armor.
Yeah, I am going to cast Spiritual Weapon. I could cast it within 60 feet. So I'm actually going to cast it like over here behind them.
You have to be able to see line of sight where you want it.
It doesn't say that. It just says within range.
You will need to have line of sight in order to cast it there.
Okay. in that. Can I see Mesker from where I'm at? I probably can't see them, but can I see Mesker?
Yeah, you can see Mesker currently
Wait.
fighting. Yeah.
Actually, the rat can still move too. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the rat can see them. So I can see through the rat to cast my spectral weapon.
That's not how that works.
Nope. Okay. Then the rat's gonna chill there. So, but I can see Mesker.
You can see Mesker. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna cast Bless, which will give up to 3 creatures of my choice. So, the 3 other party members. Whenever a target makes a attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, it's a 1-minute thing. You guys can add a D4 to the attack roll or saving throw. So basically, for the rest of combat, you get a D4 whenever you want it.
Okay, let me find my Bless here. And it's just going to be your Mesker and Elanil and Drez?
Yep.
Okay.
So what is it? We get a D4 for what? For all attacks?
So whenever a target, so that's you guys, makes an attack roll or a saving throw before the spell ends, the target can roll a D4 and add the number rolled to the attack roll or saving throw.
Awesome. Okay, that's
so.
fantastic.
And the way I read it, there's no limit. So basically, for the next minute, you guys can do that as much as you want.
Okay.
At least I think that's how that works.
So what does that look like, Cora? You casting that?
You guys all get like a golden, holy-looking glow on you.
Right. So I'm going to say that as you cast that, your holy symbol begins to hum at like a certain pitch, like a C. You know, like it's humming. It's like there's a holy sort of humming coming from your symbol. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. It is now Father Lucian's turn, and he turns to the vampires, and you've only met this guy, earlier today. You haven't had much of interaction with him. He seems kind of like a closed book, an older sort of fella. He doesn't look fazed by what he's seeing. In fact, he looks resolved, and he throws his cloak over his shoulder, and he holds onto his quarterstaff and he stamps it onto the ground with a loud kind of thunk. And at the apex of that strike onto the ground, his holy symbol bursts into like a bright, radiant glow, and it starts to hum at the same sort of pitch as Cora's. They're kind of both humming together, and then they kind of sort of settle into an equilibrium where they harmonize with each other, and you hear this harmonizing tone. And Father Lucian looks towards Violenta and the 2 spawns, and he says with sort of a gravelly sort of voice, "You are not welcome in Valiki, minions of Strahd." And he turns, looks to the 3 of you, that would be Drez, Elanil, and Mesker, and he says, "Get back. Pull yourselves back into the kitchen, and we will set up a choke point." And then he grabs the holy symbol around his neck, and he summons or casts Spirit Guardians.
Father, have you ever heard of attacks of opportunity?
Fighter, have you ever heard of the disengage action? No, what's it called? Yeah, disengage.
Is disengage, yeah.
I know fighters don't disengage, they just attack.
So, get my attachment out here. Stand by.
Spirit Guardians, is that the spell that in Baldur's Gate 3 rotated around you with these golden ghosts?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, that thing was devastating.
I gotta find it here. I downloaded a special one just for you guys.
I used to just cast that on Shadowheart and make her run through all the undead. Yeah. It's like having a weed eater in tall grass.
That's accurate. Okay, I'm going to attach that to Mr. Lucian. And he's going to take his movement, and he's going to actually step back here. And him casting that and moving that. Stand by here. Sorry, I'm having to look these things up here as well.
Oh wow, those are zoom in on the spirit guardians. That's pretty cool looking.
So I'm just going to move these so that we have a clear idea as to where things are. This is going to become important. So Father Lucian was here. He moved back here, but when he cast it, Spawn A was caught within that 15-foot radius of Spirit Guardians. And Spawn A is going to roll a Wisdom saving throw. And succeeds. He takes 4 damage. 4 radiant damage. So as that wall of spiritual energy passes over Vampire Spawn A, you can smell what smells like burning flesh, and this didn't go through. Okay, I made a really realistic sound of burning flesh, and the vampire recoils sort of in pain, and that is Father Lucian's turn. Mesker, you're up.
I'm going to disengage and put myself here.
Okay.
And that will be my turn because now I can't reach them.
It's now Violenta's turn, and she kind of goes into a half crouch and looks behind her at Vampire Spawn B. But she reaches into like the folds of her gowns and she whips her hands out, and there's a flash of steel as she uses her hail of daggers attack. And that's going to be targeting Mesker for 15. That's a miss, isn't it?
Yep. Were any of those daggers silver?
And that's 25. That's a hit.
That is a hit.
It's 9 damage. And that's her turn. Vampire Spawn A is going to step into the Spirit Guardians in a lunge towards Elanil, but it needs to make a will save and fails. And takes 11 radiant damage.
Nice. How beat up is she looking?
There's like scorch marks on her face and arms, but she looks like she's still standing and still, like, she doesn't seem to be super phased, pissed off, annoyed maybe.
Shit.
And Vampire A reaches forward and tries to grapple with Elanil. Please make a athletics check or an acrobatics check to avoid being grappled. Yeah, you can feel the cold pallor of her hands trying to reach for purchase on your body, grabbing for clothing, grabbing for an arm, grabbing for your hair. But that was acrobatics you did?
Athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah, you're able to kind of swat them away, like you're batting away a mosquito, and she's not able to make purchase. Vampire Spawn B deftly goes into a low crouch and darts around Violenta and enters the Spirit Guardians cloud and fails his Wisdom saving throw and takes 14 radiant damage. These spirits are like the forms of angelic sort of warriors with little swords almost. Like they're But they move in like a really quick and fast sort of darting fashion, like they're dog fighting almost. And as soon as they get close enough to the father, they dart down in these sort of jousting movements. Yeah, burn and scorch marks appear on him as well. And he's going to attack Mesker.
How's he looking?
The vampire, similar to Vampire Spawn A. Or are you talking about Mesker?
Both. The vampire.
Vampire's looking like he's sturdy, he's stable. Mesker, how you looking, bud?
Stumbling a bit.
Okay, that's an 18.
To hit.
You take 9 damage.
There's probably blood coming out of my mouth at this point.
And now he's going to try to grapple you. Make a athletics or acrobatics check.
Oh wait, I can add 4 to that.
So it was a critical. I got rolled a 20 plus 3 for a total of 23.
Wow, fuck you, Dave.
So the vampire actually manages to leap onto you and drag you to the ground. Its claws on either shoulder, and it opens its mouth up into like it's getting ready to bite you. And you can see 2 long canine teeth sharpened into points. There's like spittle yeah, he's excited. He's looking to have a snack.
I'm gonna be a werevamp.
Drez, you're up.
All right. Is there any way I can move to make melee attacks on either of these two?
I'm gonna say that this guy is like on top of Mesker at this point, so
Okay.
you could probably attack Vampire Spawn B.
Okay, I'm gonna make a main hand attack.
Okay.
With Moon Touched Rapier.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
Fuck. I did not need that.
You can add.
Oh, I can add a
roll to
D4.
that.
It probably won't help though, but I will.
That's a miss.
13. All right, offhand attack. 22.
That's a hit. Now what is that with?
Silvered short sword.
Okay.
And 2d6 sneak attack damage. Oh, so first damage, sorry.
Yep.
Is 7, and
Okay.
then 2d6 sneak attack is 7 more is 14.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, he takes 7 damage.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Elanil, you're up.
I'm going to attack spawn A.
Okay. That's a hit.
Fuck.
Takes 2 damage. And before you take your bonus action, the window behind Violenta shatters open, and this flurry of like feathers and beak, and this creature just bursts in through the window, and you recognize that creature as Vinrath. And it is like screeching and doing all manners of whatever a raven would do that was terribly upset with what's going on.
Also note that the non-silvered weapons do as much damage as the silvered weapons.
Yeah, I think because they're not. Maybe because they're not magic, but
Or it could be piercing or blunt or something like that, but
yeah,
they're not immune to regular
they
weapons.
need
that's
radiant
for sure.
damage, right?
Yeah.
They need that radiant. Okay. Let's go. Finrath. Does he get... No.
He does not get a bless, no. And who is he attacking, sorry?
He was gonna fly past Violetta and do a swoop as he came into the safety of the other room.
9 is a miss, but go ahead and reposition him where you want him to be.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity.
Yep.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. Cora, you're up.
1, 2, 3. Can I see any of these spaces over here?
I think if you want Unk to live, you might want to heal him.
The problem... Yeah, so I wasn't planning on healing him, but I am going to do something for him this turn.
Okay.
But first I'm going to use my bonus action and cast Spiritual Weapon. Okay. So I create a floating spectral weapon.
Where do you want it?
Let's put it here.
Kind of put it right
and that is a 2nd level spell slot. Because
that does radiant damage, doesn't it?
It does not do radiant damage. It does its damage type, but it is considered magical damage.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, why is there a +5 and the roll thing? I'm just looking at my sheet and I'm trying to figure out what I need to click. Spell casting. So it is a 14 to hit, so that probably doesn't hit.
No.
That does not hit, no. And that's sort of the vampire spawn B, sorry? Or violent?
I was going for B.
Yeah, that does not hit.
Okay, so that was my bonus action. For my action, I'm going to cast Protection Against Good and Evil on Mesker.
Nice.
Gives him several benefits. It gives him it gives him creatures of those types have disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed. If it already is, it has advantage on any new saving throws. So it makes it a little harder for them to hit him.
Right.
Nice.
But if you
nice.
Remember that, Mesker, if you don't mind. Because you already have the bless tag on there. Is that your turn?
So that's called Protection from Good and Evil. Yeah, I am going to move 1, 2, 3. I'm going to move. My rat's going to stand over here by Unk or by Drez.
Okay. And that's your turn?
Yes.
Mesker, as you're on your back and this vampire is slathering above you and looking forward to having a quick bite, you feel a strong grip on your shoulder, and in the midst of this fray you look up and you see Father Lucian, his kind but yet resolved face, making eye contact with you, and he's whispering something under his breath, and you can see that he's saying an incantation, and his other hand is gripping the quarterstaff next to him, and his holy symbol that's hanging on his chest bursts with sort of like a pulse of golden light, and he casts Cure Wounds at 2nd level, which is going to be 2d8. And you restore 15 hit points.
I'll take it.
Sweet.
On your feet, boy! On your feet! He kind of shouts at you as he kind of stands back and braces with his quarterstaff.
You just call me a boy.
I mean, you're a boy to him.
I'm about to be a werewimp.
All right, it's your turn.
So while I am laying there on the ground, I am going to use Second Wind.
Okay.
And roll a d10. Jesus Christ. And heal
not a
for
very
8
good
more
roll,
hit
man.
points.
You can totally do better.
Because that is... fuck you. 1d10 plus 4, so 8 hit points.
Okay.
And I am on the ground.
If you want, you can use a athletics to try to get back, like fight yourself back up to your feet if you'd like.
I will do that. And I will fail.
Stand by.
Oh wait, I still am blessed.
Is it a counter? Was it a counter roll? What do they call that? An opposed roll?
It's a counter roll, opposing roll.
So I rolled
16.
16.
He rolled a 13. So how do you want to get back? How do you want to shove him back away from you?
I'm going to stand up with him still holding on to me.
Okay.
And headbutt him.
Okay. So that dislodges him, and a little rivulet of like dark, sort of old brown blood sort of starts to like drip down his forehead, like onto his eye and down his nose, and his tongue like snakes out and like licks at it, and he looks at you and smiles. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
That is your turn. So it's Violenta's turn, and as you're watching her, you see that injury that you gave to her, that first one there, Unk, when you hit her with your sledge. There's this abrasion on her cheek, and then like a darkening of her skin, and it actually begins to sort of like fade away, and the shape sort of her jawline kind of reforms, and she regenerates 10 hit points. She smiles at the lot of you. You're less impressive than I expected. Ludmila, Anastasia, or my lord skinny new plaything cannot hold a candle to my vision. And then she whips out her arm again and throws another hail of daggers at Mesker.
Stop doing that.
That is
Just
a miss.
disadvantage on that.
She has a disadvantage on it, you said?
Every time any of them attack him,
Okay.
they have disadvantage.
It was definitely a miss on the first one anyway, so.
Nice.
And that's a miss on the second one. It is Vampire Spawn A's turn. It needs to roll Wisdom saving throw, which it succeeds. It takes 5 radiant damage from Father Lucian's Spirit Guardians. It is going to leap forward and try to grapple Elanil to the ground. Acrobatics or athletics. Would you roll? 11? Yep, so the vampire spawn, the lady there.
Hold on, didn't she get her D4 for being blessed?
She does. No, that's a saving
Not
throw.
technically a saving throw.
Oh, you're right.
And no, you're not protected from good or evil. That's right. Okay.
No.
Yep. So the lady, the vampire, kind of leaps onto her, and you stumble back, and she grapples you to the ground, and it looks like she's actually trying to drag you away at this point. It is now Vampire B's turn. He rolls a 20 on his Wisdom saving throw for the Spirit Guardians, which is a success. He takes 4 radiant damage from Father Lucian's Spirit Guardians. And then he leans forward and rakes with his right hand claws at Mesker. And rolls a
disadvantage, right?
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Roll twice. A 22 is the lesser result.
Jesus Christ.
And
22 is the lesser result?
I rolled a 25 and a 22. Yeah. And you take 6 damage. And for his second attack, he's going to try to grapple you to the ground again. Go ahead and make an athletics or an acrobatics for me. You handily swat him away.
Really?
Yep. He rolled a 9. Drez, your turn.
Can I melee attack Spawn A?
You can't get close.
But she's on top of me.
Oh, spawn A? Yes, I'm going to
Yeah.
say spawn A. Yep. Sorry, I thought you were talking
Okay.
about spawn B.
All right, I'll make a maniac check. Attack. 19.
That's a hit.
Oh shit. 6 plus. Hang on. 10.
She takes 10
Oh, wait.
damage.
Is that? No, that's 9. Sorry.
9?
Oh, nice.
No, it's a 6 and 4.
I couldn't
Yeah.
see the other roll. Where's the? Oh, it is 4. Okay.
Yeah, 6 and 4. She takes 10 damage. Your moon touch rapier
nice.
cuts deeply.
All right, and now I'm going to make a offhand attack.
Okay.
10.
That's a miss.
Hold on. I don't think it'll help.
Oh,
Well,
bless.
11.
That's a miss.
I'm done.
Elanil, you're up. You can try to get back up to your feet if you'd like with a athletic check or an acrobatics check. Try as you might, you can't seem to squirm out of her grasp. You have your bonus action as well.
So, Finra is gonna come swoop.
Can barely make out your mic, by the way.
Yep, because I keep turning it off and he misses anyways.
That's a miss, yep. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Cora, you're up.
I'm gonna use my bonus action first, and the spiritual weapon will swing at B.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
That's a miss.
For my action, I'm going to cast. Well, it's not really cast. I'm gonna use my channel divinity, and do turn undead. As an action, you present your holy symbol and speak a prayer censoring the undead. Each undead that you can see or hear within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, is turned for 1 minute or more and basically runs away. Must spend its turn trying to move as far away as it can. If it can't, and it can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. It also can't take reactions. For its action, it can only use the dash action or try and escape.
Okay, go ahead. Is that a wisdom saving throw?
Yep. So all 3 of them need to make a wisdom saving throw. I don't know if they'll. It's kind of low, but.
What's the DC?
13, I think. Let me double check that.
It's pretty standard.
It doesn't say, but I think it uses my spellcasting modifier, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, 13 it would be right for you. So as you hold out your symbol and go through the motions of turn undead, vampire spawn A and vampire spawn B look up in sort of like stunned silence as you present your symbol. Having failed their wisdom saving throws, they kind of leap back and exit the spirit guardians.
So we would all get attacks of opportunity on
Oh,
them.
baby.
Yeah.
So
Elanil, go ahead and make. You're getting up actually to your feet, so I'm going to say that you don't get that, but Drez would get it because she's getting out of Elanil's sphere. Mesker would also get it, and you only get 1 of attack of opportunity, Mesker, so you have to choose which vampire spawn you're going to be attacking.
And my spiritual weapon would also get it, right?
It hasn't left its influence yet.
I don't know if spiritual weapon gets attacks of opportunity.
That's a good point.
They cannot. No.
Dang.
So let's start off with Drez. Are you doing an attack of opportunity on
Whoops.
Mesker already did his.
A? Okay.
And it
that's
was
a
on
hit.
B.
On B. Okay, that's a hit. Okay. That takes 7 damage.
17.
What was that?
17. 17. It's a special hammer that I didn't tell you about.
Oh, not aware of that special hammer.
That's the insta vampire kill hammer. It's just given to him by the
Do your vampire
pastry
aid, if you
lady.
don't mind. Pastry
All
lady.
right. 16.
Okay. It's a hit.
Seven damage, and this is still the same turn, right?
This is, so you've used your attack.
I've used my sneak attack. Yep.
Yeah. So Spawn takes 7 damage. Spawn 8 takes 7 damage. And as this is happening, Violenta looks annoyed at the presentation of your symbol, but unaffected. Not because she made her save, but perhaps she's a higher form of undead. She looks at the two vampire spawns in front of her, and she spits off to the side. Get! And she actually
Hey, Dave.
That didn't go through? No, I think
I did.
Go ahead, Mesker.
I hit with an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
So for the rest of the turn, Vampire B has a 0 speed.
Is that how that works?
Yep, Sentinel.
Oh, okay.
So it's dashing really ineffectively.
So I guess all it can do is sit there and do nothing now?
So also undead that are turned as well, when they're attacked, I believe that also brings them out of their turn undead, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't it?
Oh.
I didn't think so, but let me just double check.
Dave, I can hit him again.
How can you hit him again?
Because with Sentinel, when a creature within 5 feet of me makes an attack... Oh, no, wait. You can use your... Never mind. No, I can't. I read that wrong.
I want it. Turn undead. Hit. Cancel.
Oh, until it's turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage.
Yeah. So
it's not about getting hit; it's about the damage.
Yeah. So they both have taken damage. So on the next turn, they're gonna be fine again. But Violenta is still spitting at them to get back in there, pissed off that they seem to be running from a fight. It is now Lucian's turn. And he is going to reach out and cast Cure Light Wounds on Mesker again, but at first level. For a total of 8.
How you feeling, Mesker?
Not bad. A lot better than I was.
Mesker, you're up.
Do any of these two vampires look like they're at all hurting?
They're bloodied.
Okay.
I will swing at B. Fuck.
That's a miss. I like your dice.
If I rolled the D4 with bless and got, never mind.
No.
And for my bonus, I don't think I'm going to do anything.
Okay.
I suck.
So Violenta reaches into the folds of her dress and she produces what appears to be a small glass flask, that's capped with a cork. And inside, you see what looks to be some kind of dark, sort of viscous liquid, and it kind of shimmers in the light. And she kind of cocks a little smile, and kind of says to herself, "Once I make the pews of your little church run red with blood, my beloved will recognize the real gem of his realm, me!" And she hurls the flask towards Father Lucian, and it lands about right here. And it explodes in a 10-foot radius of fire. I'm going to need Father Lucian, Elanil, Mesker, Drez, Gray, and Cora to all make dex saving throws, please.
We all got a +4 on it too, right?
Yep.
Yep.
The ones that have blessed can do +4.
So 16 for me.
17 for me.
Lucian rolls an 18. Damn. Everybody that rolled less than a 14 is going to take 2d6 fire damage and be set ablaze.
Yeah, so Gray is no longer on the battlefield.
Poof!
And what? Set ablaze?
You are now set ablaze, which means you're on fire.
Yeah. Why is this not...
Is there like a on fire?
Conditions. Blinded charm. Nope, there's no.
There's no...
Oh, I've got something. 1 second here. There.
Thanks.
Poor rat.
The rat is dead. But can be resummoned. Cora looks pretty upset though.
Okay. It is now Vampire Spawn A's turn. Encouraged by Violenta, it moves into attack range of Elanil and has to take a Wisdom saving throw from the Spirit Guardians, which it fails miserably. It takes 20 points of radiant damage.
God.
Nice.
Amazing.
And it's dead.
No, but it's looking really bad. Actually,
Jesus Christ.
pieces of its hair are now like molting off, and this one side of its head is so charred with like spiritual fire, divine fire, that you can actually see through the skin and into like the jaw and the mouth area. Clearly wincing, clearly struggling, but needing to attack because that's what her mistress has commanded her to do. She rakes with her claws at Elanil. 15. Is that a hit? Yeah? Okay.
I hit. Yep.
And that's 7 damage. And raking with her claws again. 17. That's a hit. For 9
Crane,
damage.
just a quick question going back to the flask of fire. If you make your save, do you still have to take half damage?
No, you don't.
Okay. That's probably an old 3rd edition rule.
Yeah, you don't have to take any damage. It's just that anyone who fails their save. It's Alchemist's Fire that she threw at you.
Okay.
Did A attack?
A moved in and
Yes.
attacked. Yes.
Okay, I'm making an attack against A. From Sentinel.
Go ahead.
And I'm missing. I'd like my hammer just flew down the stairs.
Start that one here. Okay. It is Vampire Spawn's B's turn. Moving into the range of the spiritual or spirit guardians. It succeeds on its wisdom saving throw. And takes 7 points of damage. And it's going to try to grapple Mesker again. Please make a athletics or acrobatics check. It succeeds. No, it does
I
not.
have +4 to that.
Everything still has
That's right.
disadvantage against him too.
Yeah. So that fails.
Loser.
Drez, you're up.
I cannot melee attack either of these two, I assume.
You cannot.
Okay. Which one looks worse?
Vampire
Only
A by a
A.
large margin.
A by large margin? Okay, I'm going to make a hand crossbow attack on A.
That's a hit.
9 damage.
It's 5 points of damage.
Is it still alive?
It's still alive. There's a crossbow bolt sticking out of its clavicle area.
And another 5 sneak attack.
So that's going to be another 3 damage. Still alive.
Alright, and so for a bonus action, I'm going to throw a dagger at Vampire A as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
Where's my... Well, I don't have dagger loaded up as an action. Hang on a second.
I think it's just going to be a d20 plus your...
Plus my dex. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just do it manually. 14
That's a
plus 4, 18.
That's a hit.
And what's a dagger damage? Is
It's 1d4 plus your dexterity.
D4 plus dex. Sorry about this, guys.
So, no.
2 plus 4 is another 6 damage.
Okay, so that takes 3 damage. Still up.
Ah,
That's the end.
Enter.
Yep, that's my
Elanil,
turn.
It's your turn, Elanil, and go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me. You got a critical. You have Thumbered Shaw, don't you? This big dragon appeared on her character sheet because she rolled a critical success.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
So that was the best. You managed to extinguish yourself. You're no longer on fire. Your microphone, yeah. Okay, go ahead and roll. That's a hit.
Okay. Please.
Takes 5 points of damage. It's looking rough. That glaive kind of carves out a little bit of its muscle around its shoulder and tricep area, and it staggers a little bit, but slowly kind of, recollects
Yeah.
itself.
I'm gonna send Vinrath to.
Finish her off.
Yay!
That's a hit.
Get out of the way, dice. I need to get damage. Where'd it go?
How do you want Vinrath to kill this thing?
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God. He's going to attack with both talons outstretched and like pierce her eyeball.
Okay.
As she slumps to the ground, he's gonna like stand and caw triumphantly over her dead body.
Sounds good.
Uh,
Oof. Good job. Is that your turn?
yes, I've used the action bonus action. Yep.
Okay. Cora, you're up.
Okay, first Cora will scan the group and make sure nobody looks like they're about to keel over.
Okay, here, I think.
I'm
fine.
looking good.
Okay, in that case, she is going to. We'll do the bonus action first. So she's going to. The spiritual weapon's going to swing at B. And miss.
That's a miss.
Yeah, I figured. And then she's going to cast Word of Radiance. Which is a con save of 13 on B. Oh no, wait, sorry. Each creature of my choice within range that I can see. Oh shit. Never mind, the
Move
range is too
first.
far.
Just move first.
I can't get close enough.
How
Oh,
close do you have to
okay.
be?
What's the range?
5 feet. I didn't realize
Oh.
it was that short. In that case,
Oh,
I'm gonna do Sacred Flame. I'm not gonna move her closer. Flame-like radiance descends on a creature that you can see within range. Target must succeed on a Dex saving throw, or take 1d8 radiant damage.
Okay.
It's a Dex of 13.
Who are you targeting?
B.
B? It rolled a 19. Does it take half or just no damage?
It doesn't say anything, so I'm assuming none.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Is that your turn?
Yep.
Okay. It is Father Lucian's turn. It is going to attack with Sacred Flame on Vampire B. Dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant damage. What did I say that was? What DC?
I don't know, mine was 13.
Yeah. So the vampire makes it save.
Jesus.
Okay.
You're not helping us out
is-
here, Dave.
It is now Mesker's turn.
I will take another swing at B.
Let's see what you got.
Gonna make this a menacing attack.
That's a hit.
So I just won't even bother with the 4. So he's now afraid of me. Oh no, DC 13. Wisdom save.
Wisdom?
Yep.
He's afraid of you. And he takes 5 damage.
Okay, I'm going to expend... I did expend, so I forgot to do this on the first vampire, but I'm rolling a d8, and that gets added. So
Okay.
1 more damage.
Okay. And as a reaction, Father Lucian uses his Divine Eminence ability. He grasps his holy symbol around his neck, and he gestures towards the vampire as your hammer sort of is in mid-swing. And he says, "The Morning Lord will take you!" And your hammer bursts into a golden light, and the vampire takes an additional 2d8 radiant damage.
My hammer's finally worth something!
Takes 6 damage from that. Is that your turn?
Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. Stand by. Let me just look something up real quick. Okay. Violenta, looking at Elanil, reaches into the folds of her gown again and throws another hail of daggers in Elanil's direction. And that's going to be a 21. And that is 9 damage.
Daggers that she have hidden in her dress.
Just a hail of daggers. That's what the character sheet says.
You said 9, right?
9 damage, yeah. She's going to do that again.
Mother fuck.
And that is a 16.
Rolling so fucking good for them.
Is that
Yes.
a hit?
Of course, it's a
Okay.
hit.
And that's 6 more damage. And she's looking at Father Lucian now as she's watching her daggers land on Elanil.
I intended to rip out your throat in front of your cute little congregation, but I guess decorating the church steps with your friends' heads and entrails isn't a bad second place.
It's now Vampire B's turn, and Vampire B launches himself at Mesker to try to grapple him to the ground. Please make an acrobatics or athletics check, please.
Disadvantage, by the way.
You gotta be 13.
Well,
No,
I
you
did
did.
because I rolled a 13 and I've got 14.
And he fails. Drez, you're up.
All right. I'm going to move to here.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a main hand attack on B.
Okay.
Let me get my D4. I guess an 11's a miss.
That's a miss.
Glad I moved because how bad is B looking?
B looking in rough shape, but still standing.
Just trying to decide if I should disengage and get out, or if I should make another attack.
I mean, she can hit you with a hail of daggers if you stay there.
Yes, then he can hit me too. Yeah, I'm gonna disengage as a bonus action and move here.
Okay.
Well, that was a waste of a freaking turn.
Is it your turn?
Yep.
Elanil, you're up.
I might as well be flying spaceships.
No, we need you.
To do nothing.
I mean, Drez, I have yet to do a single point of damage this
Yeah, but
entire
you're
fight.
keeping everybody alive,
You're
and
keeping
and
everybody
you're
alive.
and you're giving us all bless,
Yep.
and you gave Mesker protection from evil.
So I'm hitting B.
Yep, you are hitting B.
Why bother? For 2 points.
2 damage.
Yeah.
All right.
And Wrath is going.
That's a hit. Nine?
Yeah.
Damn. She takes 9 damage, or he takes 9 damage.
Finally
Deep.
did something useful.
Deep trenches raked into this vampire from Vinrath.
Awesome.
Is that your
Still
turn?
alive?
Still alive.
Yeah. Yep.
Cora, you're up.
Let's do my bonus first. Spiritual weapon swings at B. And doesn't hit anything.
Damn. You're rolling like Drez.
Oh, it's been
Seriously.
awful all day.
Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to change my dice. That's the problem.
Dice job.
Um,
Dice. My new
I
dice.
kind of scan the group and make sure nobody looks, in dire straits at the moment.
Elanil looks like she's not doing great.
Does she just look bad, or does she look real, real bad?
She's bloodied.
I don't have too many spell slots left, so I'm kind of trying to figure out how to save and use them.
That was just a test roll.
Yeah.
Okay. I will move Cure, and I will cast Cure Wounds.
Are you crawling on the cupboards?
Yep! I am around the corner, though. I have to touch her. So I will cast Cure Wounds on Elanil. 1d8 plus my spellcasting modifier. So 1d8 plus 3.
Okay.
Or no, wait, sorry, it's 1d8 plus 6? Oh, yeah, because of my healing thing. So 10.
There you go, love.
I only have 1 heal left, guys. Don't die.
Is that your
We
turn?
haven't even started fighting the big
That's
boss
all I
yet.
got.
Okay. Father Lucian, he's up, and he's going to cast Guiding Bolt on Violenta. And rolls a 1. Jesus Christ.
Fuck.
Okay. That's a miss.
We're in trouble.
Mesker, you're up.
I will swing at B. I will miss B.
My God.
My turn is over.
You basically just shook your maul in front of his face and are like, you should be scared of this.
So she reaches into her gown, and she pulls out another
Fuck.
flask.
God damn it.
1 second here. Sorry, it's not a flask. It's a small shard that looks like it's shining. It's shimmering. Looks like a crystal. And she hurls it in the direction of Father Lucian, and it explodes with this impact of concussive energy. She's thrown a thunderstone at you. All creatures within 10 feet of the point of impact must succeed on a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. So it's going to be on Father Lucian is going to be the 10 feet. So it's going to cover Vinrath. It's going to cover Drez. It's basically going to cover all of you guys. And if you fail, you are knocked prone, and you're pushed 10 feet away from that point. A creature that fails the save is also deafened.
Huh? You said con, right?
Con, yep.
I am deafened.
For fuck's sake.
15. What's the saving throw?
14. Vampire Spawn B fails. 1, 2.
Benras?
5.
Roll a d20 on Vinrath. And just go with that. Vampire Spawn B needs to make a Wisdom saving throw, which he fails. He takes 8 radiant damage from the Spirit Guardians, moving out of the Spirit Guardians. Still up. Alrighty. It is Vampire Spawn B's turn,
Wait,
unless...
I need
Sorry?
to go back 10 feet,
Yeah.
which puts me right into Drez.
No, you're going back, so Thunderstone hit Lucian, which reminded me I got to do Lucian. And he fails. Just throw him back. 5,
Going this way?
10. No, so the Thunderstone hit here. So it's where the Thunderstone hit. So you would go like this way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Can he occupy the
that's-
same square as my weapon?
Yes, your weapon floats.
Really?
Yep.
And
Okay.
Iris, you want to do me a favor and you want to deafen Father Lucian as well?
Yeah.
Just because you had it there.
Is Mesker also deafened?
Yes, but I'm also blessed.
Yeah, I don't know how to do both. There you go.
Like that. I'm glad to be back here.
Vampire Spawn B is going to try to grapple you to the ground, Mesker.
With disadvantage.
With disadvantage. Fails.
It's athletics,
Unless you roll a 1.
I did not roll a 1.
Yeah, he's obviously still concussed from that thunderstone. The vampire can't drag you to the ground. It's unsuccessful.
What's his excuses for the other 3 times?
Confidence, self-confidence in himself, I think. Drezek, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to move here.
Okay.
Main hand attack on B.
See what you got. It's a miss.
And I will cunning action back out to... here.
Okay.
God
I would go
damn.
back.
What's that?
I said I would go back further if you could.
I still want to maintain line of sight. No, I don't. Is this line of sight or not?
5,
10, 15.
I'm gonna say no. You're not gonna see Violenta from there.
Okay, I'm just gonna have to move before I do anything, but I'm still within movement range. Another round of nothingness.
Okay, Elanil, you're up.
So, sorry, it's been a while since I used the glaive at range. Does my 10 feet of range cover that, or do I have to move forward 1?
You would have to be here for that 10 feet of range.
Okay. Motherfuck, that was so close to... Hold on. I mean, that's not going to change anything, is it?
No.
Look. Okay, Vinrath.
That's a hit.
Sweet. 8.
Close.
Ah.
Okay, is that your turn?
Yep.
Cora, you're up.
Well, I'm gonna move
You can come hide behind me now.
here. And then I'm guessing my spiritual weapon is gonna swing at her, I guess, and miss.
That's a miss.
I'm gonna cast Word of Radiance on, or not Word of Radiance. I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on I guess I'm going to move here. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame on him.
B?
On B. Yep.
Okay. Dex save,
It's
right?
a con save. Yeah, it's a dex save of 13.
You rolled an 18.
Of course he did.
Yep.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and yeah, I can't move back, so that's it.
Lucian is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, forcing both vampires to make wisdom saving throws. That one succeeds, but takes half. And as Father Lucian's advancing, has his holy symbol extended, and he's shouting out, "The Morning Lord will take you!" And as those spirit guardians sort of coalesce around him, they kind of fire into Vampire B, who's incinerated in sight. Takes 12 damage of radiant damage.
Thank God.
And Violenta also takes 13 damage.
Now the fight starts.
And she recoils and hisses in anger. It is now Mesker's turn.
I will try to smack her in the face. So 18.
That's it.
I'm going to make this a menacing attack, so Wisdom DC 13.
Nice.
Well,
Uh,
6 damage.
Plus, well, nope, that's plus 10. Well, not plus 10, but 9 damage.
Nice.
It's 9 damage, so
And the DC 13 for Wisdom.
just tell me the total damage.
9.
9?
Yes.
No, he
You
already.
did the ma- you did the
You
math
cut it
for
in
me.
half already.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then Wisdom rolled an 11. So she has to attack you now, is that it?
She is frightened of me.
Frightened of you? Okay.
Mhm.
And just refresh me. Frightened, does that mean that she can't attack you?
She can't come near me. Let me look it up real quick.
A
just to
frightened
be
creature
sure.
has disadvantage on ability
Thank
checks
you.
and attack rolls while the source of the fear is within line of sight. The creature can't
she-
willingly move closer to the source of its fear.
She has double disadvantage? Because she already had disadvantage from the...
Yeah. I
So
don't
she has
think it's double.
disadvantage against all of us now.
Yeah. No, Mesker. Just Mesker.
No,
She's
while
afraid of
the-
Mesker.
Yes, but attack rolls while the source of fear is within line of sight.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm just reading it right off my character sheet under conditions. I think that's what it says, but you're the DM. You tell me.
That's interesting. I'm going to look it up real quick. Because I always thought it was the person. And... Nope, you're correct. Yeah. Well, the source of its fear is within line of sight. That's fucking powerful, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So while you're swinging your hammer, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and behind you, Father Lucian is holding his holy symbol and holding your shoulder, his quarterstaff kind of crooked under its arm, and he uses his reaction to cast Divine Eminence, which is going to add 2d6 to your swing for a total additional 10 radiant damage.
Respect my bubble, dirty priest!
I mean, he can just leave if you guys want.
Thank you, dirty priest. Keep being dirty.
All right. It's Violenta's turn. So did she try to run away from you? Like, is it like turn undead, or she won't willfully go like up to you?
The way I read it is she won't willfully move towards you.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna say that she's in front of you. She's gonna attack you. So she's gonna
With
swing with her.
disadvantage.
Yep, she's gonna swing with her her claws. Ah, shit! I rolled. Let's do that again here. So one was a 6, and the other one was a 16. 16 plus 7 is 23. So 23 is the tall one, and the bottom one would be 13. So that's a miss, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, it's a miss, and she's going to do it again because she has a multi-tack. That's a... it's already... She rolled a 1, so that's a critical miss. So that's a miss. Drez, you're up.
I'm going to move to here and make a main hand attack. I'll take that.
That's a critical hit.
It is, and 9 damage plus 6, which gets doubled, so that's 12. Oh no, it rolled, yeah, that's right, 12, 9, 21.
Doesn't it already do it for you? So isn't it 15?
Doesn't double the sneak attack damage. It doubled my main damage.
Yeah.
It didn't double the sneak attack damage. It just rolled 2d6.
So 12 and 9 is 20. Yeah, okay.
21. And then offhand attack.
You do 21 points of damage.
18.
That's a hit.
Oops, wrong. Nope, ignore that. Was wrong weapon.
Yep.
That's too high.
It's 5.
Another 9. With a silvered short sword.
It's 5. Silver doesn't appear to affect it.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
26 total. Yeah.
Not bad.
Amazing.
There's the rogue coming through.
Finally.
Amazing.
Elanil, you're up.
I can hit it. That's...
Oh, if you get a 4, that's a hit.
Oh.
It's not.
Was not. That one is also not.
Both misses.
Fuck.
Cora, you're up. Oops.
Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is my weapon is gonna move to her other side, just so I don't forget about it.
Okay.
We'll roll it.
That's a
19!
hit.
There we go.
Yay! I hit something!
There we go.
First time of the fight for 8 damage.
Yeah, that's a good swing. 8 damage.
Not nothing. I contributed.
That's it.
You contributed so much. Don't even say that.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
holy
also
fuck.
going to cast Sacred Flame again. Unless
Okay.
anybody looks like they're in danger of going down.
I'm good now. So.
Nope.
Okay.
Good.
So Dex save of 13.
Rolled a 21.
Fuck.
Doesn't hit.
Okay. It is Lucian's turn, and he's going to cast Sacred Sacred Flame as well. And she rolled a 9, so that's a hit. And
Finally.
that is, what is it? 1d8?
Plus spellcasting modifier, I think. Hold on. No, it's just 1d8. Sorry.
1d8.
Unless he's higher than 5th level.
Violent takes 6 points of damage. Okay.
How's she looking?
She's looking rough. Yeah, she's looking bloodied. Mesker, you're up.
I'll take a swing. That's a hit.
That's a hit.
For 11 damage.
Okay.
Cut in half.
That is 6, I think. You can hear bone crunching as her shoulder collapses.
Yay. That's my turn.
That's your turn. Okay. Violenta kind of lurches forward and she swings with her daggers again, and that's with advantage, correct? Or disadvantage?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She rolls a 9 plus 7, 16.
That's my armor class.
Okay. And that's 5 damage on the first one.
Okay.
15, so that's 22 would be her lowest one on that one. That was a good roll. And the second dagger is another 5 damage.
So like disadvantage doesn't even bother his rolls. We could have quadruple disadvantage. He'd still be like, my lowest roll is a 19.
I mean, both of those d4s that I rolled for damage were both 1s, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Disadvantage.
Drezek, you're up.
2 attacks. Is that a hit? Do I need to roll to bless?
That's a hit.
16.
Yep.
9 and 6. 15. Okay. 23 for the offhand.
Keep going.
And 6 is 21 total. Oh, that's halved. So what did I say is 15, 18.
And as you're swinging with both of your weapons, or stabbing, I guess you're stabbing. I'm not sure what you're doing, but
probably stabbing, yeah.
Yeah, as you're tagged with both of these weapons, Father Lucian has his holy symbol grasped, and he's going to cast his divine eminence again, and he's going to cast it at 3rd level. And you can add 12 radiant damage to that for a total of how much?
30.
30?
18 and 12.
So as your weapons plunge into the soft target of Violenta Popovsky, one of the brides of Strahd, this radiant energy sort of surges up your arms from the elbow, through your forearm, through your wrists, into the weapons, and you can see them sort of sinking inside of her torso. Her eyes kind of flash for a moment, and she kind of slides back and braces herself against what looks to be some kind of like fallen crate or something back here. One arm is sort of on the crate, and she's holding her torso sort of defensively, and she's looking at you with absolute venom in her eyes, and she snarls at you, her spittle and blood coming from her open mouth. You think your precious little church can keep you safe? He'll burn down the rest of Valiki to get to you, and kill the rest of this stinking vermin to force you out. And then she leaps out the window. Whatever glass of shards were in the window from Vinrath shooting in are broken, and she kind of half falls, half kind of leaps down and disappears from sight.
We didn't get to kill her.
That was anticlimactic.
I kind of suspected he was going to pull something like that.
You know, I had you guys almost kill a character, and I let you, like... She went down, is all I'm saying.
Well, we didn't die.
We did not die. Thank God.
Father Lucian is like leaning against the exterior wall, kind of like catching his breath. And there's a sudden silence kind of descends upon the second floor of the coffin shop. Yeah.
Does deafened go away on its own?
It does, yep. That would clear.
Because I have a spell to remove it, but I can only cast one.
Where's the coffin maker?
Cowering
He
in his
is
room?
Cowering under the bed.
Okay.
So Cora is going to immediately pull out 10 gold worth of stuff and recast her familiar. I think this time it's going to be a cat.
Okay.
Because I kept having problems bringing the rat into places, so we're just going to have a cat instead.
I hand the satchel of what's his name's bones to Lucian and say, "Thank you for your help. I don't think we'd be here if it were not for you."
You all fought bravely to return these into my care. I have not seen the like of those creatures in many years. It would appear that Strahd's power is growing. And he tucks the bones into the kind of his cloak, and he gestures down the stairs. I think it's best if perhaps we get these back to the church as soon as possible.
Well, let's check this room out first.
I was going to say, let's search the room before we go. Also, just a note, the cat is almost as tall as I am.
Perfect.
If it were not explicitly disallowed in D&D rules, it looks like I might be able to ride it.
You have a 3-foot tall cat?
I mean, it's not 3 foot tall, but I'm, it comes up well above my waist.
Maybe you could ride it.
Yeah, it's explicitly disallowed, but
so this,
it looks like it could be possible.
As you enter this room, it's dark. It doesn't get a lot of light from the outside. It's dusty. Your first impressions as you enter is it looks like some kind of like storage room. Some of the crates, like this crate for example, looks like carved into the side is junk. Someone actually carved the words junk into the crate. There's stacks of wooden planks and cobwebs in the corner. It's just a large, drafty sort of storage room.
Do we see the coffins that were mentioned anywhere?
Yep, so if you go further into the room, it's a big room. So Drez, right here on the floor, you see what looks to be the remnants of like a pentagram. It's a green, there's like a green charring onto the floorboards. And it looks like a pentagram drawn into the floor, but it's charred, and there's like green sort of burn marks where it's sort of appearing on the floor.
We don't have a spellcaster either, do we?
Can I make a religion or maybe a arcana check? Whatever would be most appropriate.
You can certainly try.
Which one do I think would be better in this case?
Tell me what role. Tell me what you want to do. Do you want to examine it for its religious significance, or do you want to see if it's sort of arcane in nature?
My check is exactly the same either way.
Arcana would make more sense, I think.
Yeah, let's go Arcana. $18.
Nice.
You're not quite sure because arcane spellcasting isn't exactly your thing, but you have a feeling that this has something to do with teleportation.
I mean, I have a +4, so it's not my thing.
But you're not a wizard.
Can we damage the pentagram so that it's no longer intact?
It's burned into the floor, so it's whatever you guys want to, I guess, do.
Reap it up.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like whatever this is, we should probably not leave it intact. I think scraping it up might be the best way to go. Or like burning some extra lines so that's not a pentagram anymore. I don't know, do you guys have any ideas?
Why don't we have the woodcutter come chop it
I
up?
was gonna say chop.
Yeah.
Chop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could say that you could drag Henrik back, and he would come back with an axe, and he would
Or like
he would
just a
chop up.
plane. He would have a plane and like just scrape the sigil off the floor.
That's a better idea.
He would very, very carefully listen to your instructions and plane up the floor. So, for the purposes of the module, these aren't 3 crates; these are actually 3 coffins, and the tops of the coffins have actually been thrown aside, revealing their interior.
Is it full of dirt?
It is indeed full of a dark, dark-looking soil.
Should we take the dirt in case we don't know which one is Violenta's, but should we take it in case she tries to come back and sleep here? We know she has to sleep somewhere.
Not a bad idea.
So they're full. It's full of dirt. Like it's
it's
like they lined the inside of the coffins with dirt.
If I ask the woodcutter or the coffin maker, which one is hers, does he know?
He shrugs his shoulders, and he doesn't really want to get any closer than he already is.
Tell him, could you hire some men and have these coffins brought outside and have the dirt spread out?
I suppose, yes, I could.
Do that.
Go dump.
I will
Tell him to go,
actually
dump it in the lake or something.
go talk to the father and see if he has any ideas of what to do with the dirt.
Oh, that's right. He's still here. He's in the room with you guys.
If the father had any holy water, he could like pour holy water into the coffins, maybe.
Make vampire mud.
Yeah.
I still think we
Or
should
go,
like
or
spread
go
it
dump them in
around
the
or-
lake. Like.
So the father looks at,
or take the dirt inside of the holy protection from the
church?
skeleton. Yeah,
Yeah.
where she can't get it.
Yeah.
A lot of dirt to move around.
It is, but I mean,
It's the same as moving a coffin with a body in it,
That's true.
really.
Couldn't we
Like-
just dump the dirt out? Like, they're not going to come scrape it back up.
Well, yeah, as long as we get the teleportation sigil taken care of, like they're not gonna come. They shouldn't come back anyways.
It's a teleportation sigil?
yeah, that's what I got from my Arcana check.
Oh, why did I not hear that?
You weren't listening.
No, I was listening. I didn't hear teleportation, though.
Does the father have any suggestions as to what we might do with it?
he's looking at the graveyard dirt with like a frown on his face, and just as I said, he tells you that that he believes that this is soil from a graveyard, and it's not from his graveyard. It looks as though it has come from someplace else. He's not sure of its significance or whether or not it's important at all. It's hard to say. He doesn't think that there's anything remarkable about it. Maybe it was brought in for comfort, sort of like you sort of like Harbs when he wants to rent a hotel. He wants to make sure that it's Egyptian cotton, that kind of thing.
So maybe taking care of the teleportation sigil is enough.
I don't know. It just feels like something we.
I'm sure Henrik doesn't want it in his shop anymore.
Have you guys
I'll have-
searched them? Like, have you searched the coffins? I didn't catch if Drez did or if anybody was actually
Yeah,
going through
let's-
them.
Yeah, we're searching
Let's
everything
do
in the
that.
room.
Okay. A search of this coffin here. You see a small pouch. It looks like it's made of some unknown leather.
Stupid leather.
Human skin.
What's in it?
Inside you find 30 silver pieces and 6 gold pieces, and each of the coins bears the profiled visage of Strahd van Zarovich.
30 silver and 6 gold.
And 6 gold.
Okay. Researching the other coffins as well.
That's all that you find from your search of the coffins.
Okay.
Anything else in the room?
It's all junk as far as you can tell.
Well, we had a heck of a morning.
What time is it?
It's probably still kind of mid to late morning. It's not noon, that's for sure. It's still maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Does ask Lucian, does he need help getting these bones back to the church and repairing the damage so it's safe again?
The protection hasn't gone away. Like, we just
Oh,
had
yeah,
to get
that's
the
true.
bones
Yeah,
back before the morning of the festival.
Yeah,
Does
the
he
ward
need
is
an
still
escort
intact.
across town, or is he good?
I believe that I can make my own way just fine, friends.
Gonna show up bloodied to the toy maker.
You get the impression that Father Lucian is perhaps not as frail as perhaps he lets on.
He's higher level than me.
Yeah.
I know a thing or two about the Morning Lord's gifts. I should be able to make my way to the church.
Well, we should probably take at least a short rest because Cora is nearly completely out of spells, I assume.
I have one spell left. I'd rather save it if you guys can use your hit die.
Yeah, we definitely should take a short rest.
Yeah.
So you guys can go ahead and take a short rest. We're going to end this session with you guys walking out of the coffin maker's shop with Father Lucian. You can choose to accompany him back or go your separate ways, but we'll probably pick this session up just outside the coffin maker's shop.
Before we leave, I have 2 vials of holy water. I'm going to sprinkle one all over the dirt and the coffins.
Sure. You sprinkle one of the vials of holy water over the 3 coffins in the dirt.
Now I have 1 vial.
Okay, it did not do anything.
Yeah, the short resting is not reliable.
It didn't do
It's
anything.
just weird.
Like, nothing happened.
I don't know.
It's really weird. Sometimes you don't get the activate or the confirm button, and then it does nothing.
Why don't we just close it down and just remember to short rest at the beginning of the next session? Maybe that'll fix it just by closing your sheet down.
Done.
Yeah.